Muy buenos días. Este es un aviso de utilidad pública.
Good morning. Is Mr. Diego Andrés Collado there? We're looking for him. Or anybody who knows him? There's a card that dropped, and we would like to give it to him. No, he's not here. We'll just use it then. Thank you.
Ya.
Señoras y señores, buenos días nuevamente. Por favor, los invito a tomar.
Good morning. We invite you to take your seats to be able to start this day. Inequalities inherited as part of the board assembly of CAF, the board meeting of CAF, and its members assembly meeting.
América Latina es una de las regiones más desiguales del mundo. Esta alta desigualdad tiene
This inequality has deep roots that transmitted from one generation to the other, causing low intergenerational mobility. This is a problem of first order because the possibilities of people to progress regarding their parents not only impact equality, but also growth, social cohesion, and political institutional stability in countries. What are the main causes behind the low intergenerational mobility in the region? CAF, the Development Bank for Latin America, presents the Economic Report and Development 2022. Inherited inequality, the role of skills, employment, and wealth in opportunities to new generation, a document that provides a diagnosis of the social mobility in Latin America and the Caribbean and deepens on its determinants, showing the influence of different conditions to access employment and to accumulate wealth, and how gender, ethnicity, or the place of residence and the exposure to risks such as macroeconomic risk or those related to climate change can have an impact on intergenerational mobility in the Latin American population, and what policies are required to reduce the weight of inherited inequalities and to ensure true opportunities for the new generations in the region. The report of Economy and Development 2022, CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America. Ladies and gentlemen, be welcome. Good morning. My name is Carolina Jimenez, a journalist, and I give you a warm welcome to the events that we will have throughout this day and that we've called From Exclusion to Opportunities, 3 complementary perspectives that will be held in Santiago as part of the board meetings of the shareholders meeting of CAF. The 3 events of today will allow us to reflect upon a key issue on the causes that are behind the reproduction of inequalities in our region. We will start this day with the presentation of the Economic and Development Report 2022 titled Inherited Inequalities, the Role of Skills, Employment, and Wealth in the Opportunities for New Generations. We are accompanied by renowned speakers to analyze the results of the report and, importantly, to debate on the policies that would tend to make sure or to ensure new opportunities for new generations. Afterwards, we will hear the conversation led by young individuals in the region where they will analyze the challenges and opportunities for future generations. The third activity that will be held this morning and that will conclude the session will allow us to inform the strategy of CAF regarding regarding policies of inclusion for persons with disabilities. Thank you for being with us today during these important conversations. Together with them, we want to invite you to share your opinions on social media with the hashtag CAF and Chile and to follow our accounts at Agenda CAF on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. As well, we are broadcasting in Spanish, English, and Portuguese from our webpage, caf.com, and from our YouTube channel. Now, and to start this session, we'd like to invite to the stage to Mr. Sergio Diaz-Granado, the Executive President of CAF, who we receive with an applause. Good morning to everyone. I'd like to start by greeting our President at CAF, the Undersecretary of Finance, Claudio Sangüesa, to Alberto Arenas also for his presence here. Alberto, thank you again as the Director of Social Development, Andrea Ropeto, Senior Fellow and Professor of Adolfo Ibáñez University. To Adriana Periasa for all her work that she does at CAF in these affairs, in charge of the area of knowledge, and specifically to Christina Asanele, who is also leading this work of research that we're presenting today. And of course, the General Secretary, Alejandra Claro, the Vice President of the Private Sector, Jorge Vache, and Aristo Petro, our representative in Chile, Julian. Thank you all for accompanying us, and a special greeting to those that are following us online as we speak. I'd say that since the creation, CAF has been an ally for countries for sustainable development. One of the key issues is that the bank is to produce a document that allows to perform a diagnosis and to develop public policy. For 20 years now, we have been publishing this report of economy and development. It's a demonstration of this purpose. Normally, every time that we publish this report, this is the second time, I always tell the same anecdote. My colleagues are probably tired of hearing the same story, but when I was the Minister of Development many years ago in 2006, we used the documents of the RED produced by CAF to design policies. In fact, many of the development policies for businesses that are still standing in Colombia were ideas that we extracted from the recommendations made by RED. Back then in 2006, it also helped us to meet many professionals in CAF, many of whom I ended up working with. Gabriel Duque, for example, a researcher at CAF who was the Vice Minister of International Trade. So not only did they produce good knowledge, but also good professionals to accompany governments. We have been working now for 20 years on this, and every time we issue a report, it helps us to touch on issues that are sensitive. In all Latin America, and even here in Chile, as you saw in the presentation, Latin America, I wouldn't say it's one, but it's the most unequal in the region, as we saw and reviewed at our board meeting last Saturday. And it's an unequal region for decades now, and that is what RED demonstrates. It is transmitted by skin color, by place of birth, by education. It is transmitted by thousands of ways, and it tends to be perpetual. Or gaps are amplified. And what this report does is to try to understand better the causes of these inequalities that are inherited, that are persistent and stubborn here in Latin America, and how we can face them, how can we understand them. And for that, we have the specialists, and I'd like to thank again all the team for them, reminding ourselves that almost 160 million people in our region do not have access to drinking water. I mentioned on Monday in a radio show, when you see the stats of lack of water coverage, you should imagine immediately that there's a woman or a girl, as you say, that is carrying pails of water. That is what we should imagine when we see low water coverage or problems of accessing public services. 70 million people do not have, not even with clean technology, to cook. And children, of course, at those homes, boys and girls, are the most vulnerable individuals and are affected most. Race, gender, and place of origin determine the ways and possibilities that they have to be able to progress in comparison to their parents. As we call them, it's a lottery of birth, and this is what the report highlights. So, simply put, the idea is to introduce questions. How have we reached these levels of inequality? And it includes multiple generations that compound inequalities. That's the purpose of the session today. And as our presenter said, we wanted to complement the presentation with a diagnosis with a couple of additional conversations. I was in Colombia when the estallido social of the 2021 occurred, the social unrest and protests occurred. And I've been trying to understand the reasons even before entering the bank. And I want to highlight the presence today of the Ovalle commitment, of the integration that youth have made with business leaders of Cali to create new answers to social unrest that is caused by inherited inequalities. And we will see this after the report. And that's the conversation that we want to generate and extend it to Latin America with the youth, with this generation that is tired of inequality. And we need to start to find channels to provide an answer. So other presentation I've read, and in addition, I'd like to thank Juan Pablo Salazar and Eddie for the work that they've done throughout this year, for focusing the bank together with Ana Vallar, their manager, to focus the bank in 3 dimensions which are required, not only within the bank, of course, but in all the operations of CAF from here on. That's a gender perspective. It's a special week for this, diversity, and inclusion for persons with disabilities. They will explain afterwards how we will work at CAF to make sure that we have active policies in this sense within our operations, and how to help governments to act when facing these issues. And that complements very well with this report. And when we think of people with disabilities, we think not only of a condition, inclusion is a decision. It's a condition, as we have talked with our teams, and we have to make sure that no barriers exist in our institution. So we thank Ana Vallarde Christian for the first operation that we made last Tuesday with the board to place a new instrument that has a debt swap, but within an infrastructure project focused on providing rights for people and persons with disabilities. The idea is to align and to aim our strategies at the issues that we wish to cover, including inherited disabilities. Thank you.
Agradecemos las palabras del señor presidente de CAF.
We thank the kind words of the President of CAF. We'd like to invite now the Undersecretary of Finance of Chile, Claudio Sangüesa, who we ask an applause for.
Muy buenos.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. For me, it is an honor to be here to present and to open this seminar. I thank CAF for the opportunity. As the government of Chile, we are very happy also to have returned to CAF and to be part of this network of countries. And the issue of inequality in particular, for me, is a very internal issue, or a very personal issue based on the work that I've done as an academic and now in this role. And for this government particularly, inequality and the diagnosis that we make in Chile of this matter is also an important pillar for the construction of proposals in different areas that we want to make progress during this administration. Regarding Latin America, both in Latin America and Chile, the problems of inequality have been present, as it has been said. For centuries, it's a historical issue. It is deep. There are different dimensions where the problem is present, and it is entrenched and rooted in cultural institutions and political institutions of all order, and therefore it is a very structural issue, very difficult to change. And the assessment that we make of different national, international organizations in this matter also show that it has been difficult to make progress in providing significant improvements in these areas. Inequality can have these different perspectives. Mobility, social mobility, which is one of the things that this report touches on, is one of them. Recently, a professor of mine, well, actually a couple of years ago now, a professor told me, Claudia, inequality and mobility are different things. And a country can be very unequal, but with high mobility. Another country can be more equal, but with low mobility. These are not aspects, but if you chart them, it will give you a 0.5 correlation. And then other studies appeared that contradict this. The study that created the Great Gatsby curve and showed that indeed countries that have low inequality have more mobility. So these are aspects of the same, because what does it mean to have social mobility? It means that the results in people's lives do not depend on their starting conditions. But when the starting conditions are strongly determined by very unequal conditions, and there's not enough opportunities in society that allow that those initial conditions do not determine a person's life, we end up with low mobility. And with that inequality that is transmitted and low mobility. And so in Chile, that exists as well. There have been improvements, and it's important to recognize them of issues of absolute mobility. People are reaching higher levels of education. However, it is also true, and studies reaffirm this. For example, at the University of Chile, where I did my undergraduate studies and master's degree, studies show that between students of the same university, a selective university, with students there, students that enter with the same score, they studied with the same professors, the same contents, but when concluding and analyzing these students as professional in the labor market, there is a very important gap that still exists in their salaries that does not depend on their performance, that is not conditioned on that, but depend on other factors that have to do with their socioeconomic origin. So public policies, educational policies, allow us to face this issue head on, to improve opportunities, and this must be the foundation. But we cannot forget also the other aspects that are connected to inherited inequalities in our country. Another important aspect, and in some of the meetings we touched on, is the effect that welfare states have on inequalities. More equal countries in terms of income are not equal or not egalitarian when you look at primary inequality of income before tax and transference. If you compare countries in general, they're very unequal if you remove tax and transfers, or equally unequal. Now, what do more equal countries have? In this case is that they have a welfare state with monetary transfers. So there are aspects there that imply or implicate or imply certain changes in actual policies. And in the case of Chile, for example, currently the 0.01 of highest income people pay tax rates that are lower than people pay that earn on average $500 or 500,000 pesos. In fact, the people of high income use donations to family members as a way to evade inheritance tax, inheritance that allows to perpetuate inequalities. In fact, yesterday, the Chamber of Deputies decided to reject the idea to legislate a new tax reform in Chile, and therefore this means only to start to have this conversation for a year, or it won't happen for 1 year. And this rejection implies among other things, public policies allows to enable public policy that allows to improve people's lives and through those public policies to improve the levels of quality of life and to improve inequalities in the end. This isn't the first time that this has happened in Chile. If you look at the history in 1990, when we recovered our democracy, President Patricio Elwin presented a tax reform bill, and that, among other things, was to finance the increase the amounts that were paid directly to families as a direct transfer, and it was rejected also. It's not easy. It's not easy to face inequalities because it's not only a numbers issue or an assessment. It has to do with how public policies can be designed so that these inequalities do not perpetuate themselves through time. However, it is very necessary to keep the information in our minds as public policy makers. These are like the quakes and earthquakes in Chile. Seismologists say that it's good to have earthquakes every day so we don't forget that earthquakes do occur in Chile. If they would become infrequent, just as public policies, we wouldn't be in good footing to be able to face earthquakes in the end. So these reports regarding inequality and mobility and regarding opportunities and inequalities in wealth and education determine basically inequalities. It is something that we have to permanently inform ourselves, to keep an eye on, to remind ourselves, to not forget, and to keep as a region and policies, to have public policies that allow us to correct these. As a government, we have been and we will always be open to do what we can to reduce these inequalities. We understand that a bad Gini number means that there are thousands of people that are subjected to poverty and cannot escape. A more equal country, in addition to improving the quality of lives of people, creates cohesion in society and motivates each citizen to make their contribution to make a better society. Thank you.
We thank the words of the Subsecretary of Treasury in Chile, Claudia Sanhueza. We would like to remind you that you can give your opinion, share this event on social media, and you can follow our account at Agenda CAF on Instagram. Now we would like to continue with the presentation of the report, Inherited Inequalities, and the opportunities for new generations. To present Network 2022, I would like to invite to the stage Lucila Berniel, Dolores de la Mata. Lucila and Dolores are doctors of economy of the University Carlos in Madrid. They are related. We talk about topics related to inequalities and socioeconomic research. Lucila and Dolores have led the production of this report and give us a brief presentation of its main outcomes. But before we start with their presentation, I would like you to look at the following video that's part of this report. My name is Carolina Concha Herdada. I'm from Chile. I'm Vicente Rubio, 18 years old. I was born in one of the communities of Santiago, communes, which is called San Joaquin. It's a poor commune. I am studying a postgraduate at the University of Georgetown in economy, and the professional activity for now is studying. I will graduate in May, and then I will be a professor in the United States. I had to face several obstacles to be where I am today. Fortunately, we always had food at home, but it had always been very difficult to have access to other things. And the second great obstacle was access to education that lacks when you have no income in Chile. I'm the first generation of my family that goes to university. For me, it's an escape from reality. I can do something I really like and to think about the things that happened in my life. The main difficulties I had to go through in my life were quite a lot, but the worst were the death of my dad, who died 5 years ago, and also things that happened to my two eldest brothers who had bad company and became criminals, and I live very far away from the city. Things that we had to do every day. The school where I went was quite far away, and it was difficult to get there. We had to walk a long way and then take a bus and then the underground. I will start studying at university, and I'll study physical therapy. It will be my first year, and I'm very excited because it will help me to do what I like, which is sports. The difficulties I'm facing still today are the distance. The university is very far away because I have to take buses and the underground and walk a lot to get to the university. I feel that you can get anywhere with efforts and education. This takes time. This doesn't happen overnight. If you want to achieve something, you have, at least I think of my family. I want to achieve something, be somebody. For us, it's more difficult when you come from a family where the income is very low and there is no information, or you don't know what the way is. For example, for me to do a postgraduate, it's possible, and one of the things that's most important is to know that you have to keep fighting and be resilient. And now I would like to yield the floor to Lucila and Dolores. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to present our report of 2022 about inherited inequalities in Chile. Many of you know this, that we live in a very unequal region. We can refresh some data about the magnitude of these inequalities. Imagine that we organize the population in Latin America to the poorest and the richest. What most recent data say is that the 50% poorest population participates in only 10% of income. If you look at the richest and wealth, the participation is even less than 1%. 10%. This gives a great contrast of the richest 10%, 55 and 77% in income and wealth. These gaps are even larger in Chile, where we can see that the 50% that's poorest, accumulation of riches is negative. Many Chilean people have debts. This is a picture of inequality. How has this changed over time in our region? Here we can see the evolution of the Gini index, which is an indication of inequality of income in the past 20 years. And we can highlight 4 concrete periods. One is stagnation of inequality in the 80s, one of growth in the 90s, and then a persistent drop in the 2000, and then it stagnates again in the years before the pandemic. Chile follows a similar pattern of the region with some progress, better progress regarding average, but still there is a stagnation. Despite these ups and downs, the region has always been very unequal in history, and we can compare this with inequality indexes in other countries, in other regions, regardless whether there are richer or poorer regions. Latin America has always had very high inequality levels, and this talks about deep roots, which doesn't only cause this inequality to persist over time, but it's transmitted from generation to generation, from parents to children. And a concrete example which shows this transmission of inequality from generation to generation, we can see this in education. We've taken data from Chile, and we're thinking of people who were parents in the 80s in the main cities in Chile. This group, approximately half of them has secondary education or higher. For their children, education levels increased. 2/3 have secondary or higher education, but we can see that it's still transmitted. So 84% of children whose parents have secondary or higher education does the same thing. Those who finish their education goes lower. They have parents who also had a low level of education. The counterpart of this inequality is a low intergenerational mobility, which is something new and a central topic of our report. Why are we interested in quantifying this international mobility and to understand the deeper causes? What data say, like the Subsecretary Sanhueza said in her words, it shows that countries with better intergenerational mobility numbers are countries that offer better opportunities for their citizens, regardless of their socioeconomic origin, and they favor not only equality, but they also promote a better allocation of human talent, promote growth, and this favors a better social cohesion. 3 important pillars for sustainable and inclusive development in our region. The report quantifies and analyzes intergenerational mobility, education, well-being, but also revenues, wealth, health and occupation. Those measures that we use to measure mobility try to give answers to 2 specific questions. The first one is whether children are better off than their parents, and there we look at absolute mobility measures which calculate the percentage of children that in these well-being dimensions are better off than their parents. This figure shows the children that are at the same level of their parents, which is 0 absolute mobility, compared to the other one, where all children are 1 step ahead of higher than their parents, so 100% absolute mobility. Then we also try to give an answer to the second question, how associated is parents' well-being with their children. This measure enables us to understand whether poor families and rich families are always the same, or whether there is a certain reorganization reorganization in the generation of the children. The lower this reorganization is, higher is association and the persistence or intergenerational persistence of well-being, and then lower relative mobility. The report starts with an analysis of educational mobility, for which we have lots of data in the region. The first fact is how educational expansion has been, which has achieved great progress in primary education, elementary education. What we can see here on these bars, I don't know whether you can see this, we've got all the children born in the last century, and we can see at the beginning of the century 80% of people who could not finish elementary school. The later generations, this value goes down to 12%. Progress in secondary education and tertiary education have been less important. I don't know whether you can see this, and cover 40% of people who finish elementary education, and 34% of secondary education, and 15% university education. In Chile, progress in secondary education have been more important, and 60% finished secondary education against 22% university education. This progress in education shows that many children manage to have a higher educational level as their parents. We can see that 6 out of 10 children have a higher level of education than their parents. When we talk about relative mobility, we can see that the region is one of the most immobile of the region. Why does this happen? Basically because children from better educated parents have benefited from educational expansion at higher levels, while children of parents that have less education manage to get higher than their parents, but at lower level of education. This becomes clearer in these three diagrams, where we have three measures of absolute mobility. The first one shows us the probability to reach elementary level, because the parents did not finish elementary level. Then the second, probability to finish secondary level, of whom the parents didn't finish it, and then the probability to finish at university when the parents did not. What we can see that in Latin America, those who were born in the 80s, only 1 out of 10 children whose parents did not finish university managed to finish university. And this is in strong contrast with the case of children whose parents did finish university, where we can see that gaps are not only very large, but have become larger over time. The report also shows that there are groups that are systematically disadvantaged. Some groups are ethnical groups, and we find that Afro-descendant and indigenous groups have lower measures of mobility than the white groups. We can see this in these relations that we can see here, where we show the measures of mobility ratios where the value is close to 1, and that shows parity between these two groups. And what we can see in Chile, this is a Chilean case, that these ratios are getting close to 1, but they're always a bit lower, and this shows that the indigenous groups are lagging behind as compared to the white groups. Today we will talk about the problems that the racial ethnic groups face in this region. The report also analyzes the differences in mobility according to the place of residence. And here we can see on this map different regions in Latin America where we can calculate measures of mobility, and in darker colors we can see the regions with lower levels of intergenerational mobility levels. This analysis, according to place of residence, gives us 4 relevant messages. One is that mobility differences between countries can be so great as the ones that we show in the richer countries, the more mobile countries and the less mobile countries. Between the countries there's so much diversity as the one that we see in the country. The second message is that in many regions, in many countries, including Chile, many places, communes in Chile that have been traditionally and typically mobile have been this for many years, and this shows us a great or high persistence of intergenerational mobility. In Chile, for example, communes such as Las Condes, Ñuñoa, and Concepción come up as communes where mobility has always been very high. La Pintana, Los Angeles are communes with low mobility. Another of the messages that this analysis shows us of mobility according to place of residence shows the correlation between the place of ethnic groups and the communes and municipalities that are related to ethnic problems. The regions that typically have been less mobile have high representation of ethnic groups. And finally, in the report, we analyze gender. We look at these mobility levels for men and women, and we can see that even though women were behind as compared to men at the beginning of the past century, these gaps have started to close, and today women show higher levels of intergenerational mobility levels in education. In Chile, this pattern is similar, and the example of women is useful to show that educational mobility, even though it's a necessary condition for social mobility and to improve well-being of individuals, is not a sufficient condition, because the report also shows that women have found higher barriers to be able to have great mobility in other levels of well-being, such as revenues.
Hola, ¿se escucha? Justamente retomando el punto de Dolores sobre la importancia de
talking about this point that Dolores is saying.
¿Sí? Genial.
Good.
Justamente entonces decía, retomando el último punto de Dolores sobre la importancia de mirar otras dimensiones del bienestar y no quedarnos solo con educación. El reporte también analiza, por ejemplo, ocupaciones e ingresos. Uno esperaría que estos progresos en educación inmediatamente se traduzcan en mejores oportunidades laborales. Pero tampoco es así.
Work opportunities, which is not the case. The first number that indicates a high intergenerational persistence in occupations is this. In Chile, 34% of children have the same occupation as their parents, and this number is the highest in the world and is higher than 30% in Latin America. And when we talk about absolute mobility, we organize occupations according to the complexity of the tasks that characterize this occupation, and go up when parents have occupations that are less complex than their children. And in Latin America, only 11% of children who have parents that had occupations of low complexity get to an occupation of higher complexity, and that number, or that possibility to have a highly complex occupation is 5% higher for children of parents who had high complex occupations. This gap that we see in the developed world is less than double, and in Chile we see that the gap is a lot higher, and is 13 times higher. Another indicator of intergenerational persistence talk about the the problem of occupational persistence in Latin America. Latin America is the region with highest occupational persistence in the world. Here we can see evolution for 3 age groups, and we only have recent data for occupational persistence, which puts Latin America on top of other regions. And in Chile, we have seen an improvement, a reduction of this persistence, but still the country is above the regional average. Just a little bit. The conjunction between high educational persistence and high occupational persistence determines that also the mobility the incomes are stagnant. So we see that the number or the proportion of economic advantage of the income of the parents is conveyed to the children, and we can see that in Latin America that number is very close to 1, higher than what we can see in more developed regions such as Europe and North America, and also higher than the poorer regions such as Africa, Sub-Sahara. But in Chile it's not really the case, but they also show that there is a high persistence, intergenerational persistence of income, which is shown here on the graph. But we still need other well-being dimensions that are very important, for example, health and riches. But unfortunately, for these dimensions to find data that link well-being from parents and children is very difficult for the region. It requires specific information. So we, with our CAF survey, which is a survey that we do in 10,000 homes in the large cities in the region, try to collect information to compare the persistence in different well-being dimensions, especially including those where we have not got much data. So this survey of CAF in 2021 gave us comparable parameters such as wealth, health, education. So this analysis can help us to compare what dimension is more persisting between generations than other dimensions. So here we obtain this scaling of persistence in dimensions where health and education seem to be less persistent, and the one associated with income and wealth are more persistent. For Chile, we can calculate in these 2 dimensions these coefficients, and we put them in compared perspective to Santiago, Chile, with these 10 large cities in the region, where again persistence, relative persistence or relative mobility is lower. So persistence is higher in education, and in health we are more or less around the regional average. The good thing is that health, of course, has a lot to do with other results that we showed in the report, and that say that indeed the region has managed to reduce the association between health of the mother and health of the children, especially due to the increase of coverage of certain health services and attention, and also the implementation of certain practices and improvement in technology for health for mothers and children. So that would be good news. The report, we also tried to go back in generations, because we know that these connections that we make between parents and children are not broken here. It's multi-generational, backwards, and with our survey CAF, we can link, for example, the probability to finish university, and to relate the fact that somebody can finish university between parents and children, or grandparents, sorry, children, parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. So the first thing we find is that the probability to go to university for children of parents, university parents, is 26% higher than children of parents who did not go to university, and that is 100% more possibility to go to university if you are a child from a parent who went to university. For Chile, complementary data say that this is the difference in this metric. It's higher, 34%. when we go back in generations and lineage, we find that the probability to go to university also increases if you had a grandfather that went to university, grandparent, or even a great-grandparent who went to university. They had access even if they didn't finish. So then a 12% goes. So we can see that this lineage of university persists to today. This, when we compare what these numbers imply with estimations of development indices, we see that multi-generational persistence in Latin America is higher than what we see in more developed regions. The roots are deeper here than in other places. And to try to understand and look at the mechanisms and policies to attack this problem at the root, the report proposes 3 types of mechanisms that operate different throughout people's lives. And the first one has to do with the education or formation of human capital, and that's very important in children and adolescents. And then the channel of work opportunities, which becomes very important, young adults, and wealth accumulation, which is together with work life. So this is organized with those 3 channels, and we analyze this in the 3 remaining chapters regarding human capital, and we think of this, we understand this in a very wide sense, not just cognitive and socioeconomic, but also physical, and we suggest 3 mechanisms or channels that operate to reduce the possibilities of formation of human capital, restrictions to invest in human capital of children inside or outside their home. We classified in 3 groups: finance, information, and cognitive, and behavioral, and also the possibility of assurance of these investments. And the critical in certain periods of life, especially when we talk about early childhood and when we talk about transition between youth and adulthood. Second is the restricted elections in education and residence. So the report showed the great gaps of quality that are opened very early in life, and this is scale or stair of where we see the difference between parents, university and non-university parents in Chile, and we also document the patterns of school educational segregation, where we have the socioeconomic situation, and in Chile and in Peru, it's concerning in that sense. Very worrisome. When we talk about technical and higher education, we show the variety of gaps or barriers that are related to financing, information, also the territorial offer of these studies or this level of education, many of which remind us of these messages from Carolina and Vicente in the opening video. And here we documented that the gaps of access to higher education are very large, and then still work for people who have the same levels of skills. 28% difference between children with similar skills, a difference of 28% for children of parents who did not go to university, even when we talk about the effect of skills. And finally, in this point, we talk about the importance of the physical social environment, which is related to environmental segregation. We see that in Chile, a fourth of the index of inequality in opportunities is related to the communes of residents, and that has not changed in the past 50 years in Chile. Finally, there is a mechanism that uses up the 2 first, and it has to do with how families are formed, selective partners where people,
formación de
that
parejas se da
education of
en niveles
couples
similares
of
de
the
capital
same
humano, y eso
levels
agrava
of
la
human
importancia
capital,
de
and
contar con
this,
bajos recursos, con bajas
of
posibilidades de
course,
aseguramiento,
has
con
an
problemas
influence
de
on this
restricciones informativas y
restrictions,
cognitivo-comportamentales. Entonces, el emparejamiento
compartmental
selectivo refuerza la importancia
cognitive
de las
levels.
restricciones.
So this
En el caso de Chile,
strengthens
este tema
the
es
difference
muy
and the
importante.
importance. In Chile, this is very
Calculamos
important. We
los
calculate
índices de emparejamiento
the
selectivo para
index of
6.500
selective
comunas de 17 países
pairing,
de la
and we
región,
see
y en el top
differences in
5
communities.
sistemáticamente
In
aparecen
the top
comunas chilenas.
5 are Chilean
En el caso, por
communes.
ejemplo, de una métrica particular, aparecen entre las tres primeras,
In
de
the
hecho,
three first are Vitacura,
y
Providencia,
Las Condes.
and Las Condes.
Otro punto fundamental
Another
que
important
agrava lo
point
anterior tiene que ver con el embarazo
that
adolescente, que es un problema vigente
is
en la
related to
región,
the previous
agravándose en algunos
two,
países, no en el
is
caso de Chile,
adolescent
donde la tasa de embarazo
pregnancy,
adolescente se
where
ha ido
in
reduciendo, pero
Chile
que todavía
this level
es
has
grave.
gone down, but
Aún
still
el
it's very
10% de
high.
los niños
Still
que han nacido en las
10% of
últimas
children who were
décadas
born
es
in the
hijo de una
past
madre
decades
de hasta
are
19
children
años de edad.
of a mother
Y como
up to
consecuencia de
19
eso,
years
aumenta
old.
la
And as a
porción de hogares
consequence,
monoparentales, que
the
en el caso
portion,
de Chile
the
alcanza un
proportion
cuarto de los
of
hogares y el 85%
single
como
parent
jefatura familiar.
families goes up. And
Entonces,
5%,
dado este diagnóstico,
and 5%
obviamente
of these women
las
is
baterías de política son
the head of the family.
Es amplia, incluye un primer conjunto
So we
de
have a
alivio
first
a las
set
restricciones
of
para
reducing
la
restrictions
inversión dentro y
in
fuera
these
del
policies,
hogar en niños y
inside or
adolescentes.
outside the
Un
homes, in
segundo
children of
conjunto
adolescents, and
de
second
intervenciones
set
que tiene
of
que ver con mejoras en la
interventions
oferta
related to
educativa, que allí el
improvement
foco
of the educational
que
offer,
se hace
where
en
the
el reporte tiene que ver
focus
también mucho con lo
is given in the
territorial.
report has to do
Y
with
un
the
tercer
territorial issue, and the
conjunto de
third
políticas que
set
habla
of
de
policies
la
is
mejora en el
about
hábitat y todas las
improvement
condiciones de
in
accesibilidad
habitat
y
and all the
equipamientos
conditions of
críticos para la formación
accessibility
de capital
to
humano, y también para la
important
mitigación de riesgos y de exposición de riesgos a riesgos
services
medioambientales, pero
and
también a riesgos
also
relacionados, por
risks,
ejemplo, a la violencia.
for example, to violence
En
and
cuanto a las
environmental
oportunidades laborales,
issues.
comparamos
As for
personas que
work
tienen igual
opportunities, we
background educativo,
compare
pero
people with
difieren en su
the
origen
same
familiar, y vemos que
educational
les va
level but have a
distinto en el
different
mercado
family
laboral, ¿sí?
origin, and they have
Entonces,
different
las
access
oportunidades
to the work
laborales refuerzan muchas veces las diferencias que
opportunities.
vienen de la parte de capital humano. Encontramos
We find
4 mecanismos
four
que
mechanisms
explican
that
ese,
explain
nuevo
that new
efecto desigualador a
effect
través de los
of
mercados laborales.
inequality
El primero
through
tiene que ver con el
work
efecto de las redes de
markets, labor
contacto, la
markets.
información y las
The first has to do with
recomendaciones.
contact
Uno de cada 5
information
latinoamericanos
and
trabaja en un lugar al que llegó
connections.
gracias a un contacto familiar.
One
Uno
of
de
4
cada 10,
people
de hecho,
comes
trabaja
finds
en
a
una
job
empresa o establecimiento
because of
donde
the
su
help of a
padre
family who
trabaja
is
o
looking for
trabajó.
work, or
Entonces,
they
el
often
rol de
work
los
where their
contactos es
parent
fundamental en
works.
el
So
mercado
the role
laboral
of
en
contact
América
is very
Latina.
important
Y sabemos
in
que
the
los contactos
labor
en su
market in
calidad
Latin
difieren
America,
mucho
and we know
entre
that these
familias
contact, the
de
quality of the
bajo y de alto
contact
nivel
is very
socioeconómico. La
different
formación de
between high
expectativas
and low
a
income
través
levels.
de
The
la familia y
expectations, of
expectativas
course,
relacionadas al mundo laboral
related to
también
the
es
labor
muy importante
world
y también
is
es
very
un canal
important,
desigualador.
and is also
Un tipo de persistencia del que mucho
inequality
no se habla
channel.
en la región, pero que es crucial
A
para los
last
mercados
part
laborales,
of
es la
persistence
persistencia en la
is
residencia.
persistence in residence.
Hoy, alrededor del 40%
Today,
de
around
los chilenos
40%
vive
of
en la misma
Chileans
comuna
live
donde
in the
nacieron.
same commune where
En
they were
América
born.
Latina,
In
y con
Latin
nuestra encuesta
America,
CAF, encontramos que el
and in our
45%
survey
de los
CAF, we found
latinoamericanos
that
viven en el mismo barrio
55%
donde sus
of
padres
Latin
vivían.
Americans live in
Y
the
de hecho,
same
un tercio
neighborhood
vive
where
en
their
la misma
parents
casa
live.
donde sus
One
padres
third
vivían.
even lives in the
Y en un
same
mundo
house where
donde
their parents
las
live. In a
desigualdades
world where
espaciales y las
spatial
oportunidades
inequalities and
difieren
opportunities
mucho
are very different.
entre ciudades y dentro de las ciudades,
Between cities
estar
and in
expuesto a las mismas
cities,
condiciones
they
a
are
las que estuvo
exposed to the same
expuesto la
conditions
generación anterior,
that
obviamente
their
limita las
previous
posibilidades y
generations
determina
were
una
exposed to.
amplificación
Of
de
course,
las
this limits
brechas.
possibility
Y a
and
esto le sumamos
amplifies
fricciones
gaps. And
de
if we
movilidad
add
física,
frictions of
por ejemplo,
physical
las fricciones
mobility, for
asociadas al transporte,
example,
que también
associated with
mencionaron
transport, that
Carolina y
were also
Vicente en el
mentioned
inicio,
by Carolina and Vicente in the video,
el panorama obviamente
of
se agrava. O sea
course,
que la
the
persistencia de la
situation
residencia
becomes
es un tema
worse. So
central
persistence of
también
residence
en
is also a
la
central
preocupación
topic
de las
in
desigualdades a
the
través del mercado
perpetuation
laboral.
of inequality in the labor
Por
market.
supuesto, todo lo que tiene
Of
que ver con la
course,
protección
everything
ante
that has to
shocks,
do
también
with
documentamos que
protection
shocks
against
macroeconómicos y tecnológicos pegan de manera
shocks,
desigual
macroeconomic
a hijos de
shocks
familias
are
ricas y pobres,
more or less
y además
similar, but
de pegar de manera
very
desigual, conducen a trayectorias y
unequal,
dejan
and they go
cicatrices de largo
to
plazo también
different
desiguales.
areas and that are completely
Por último, hay un
unequal
atributo
constantly.
central
And of course,
que la
there's a
familia
final
transmite que
feature
tiene
that
que ver con
families
los
convey that
con el color de la piel, con los
related to the
atributos
color of
étnico-raciales,
skin
y
and
allí encontramos que
ethnical,
la
racial.
discriminación sigue siendo
issues, so discrimination is still a very important element in the labor market, and if we add this to spatial restrictions, this forms very bad perspectives for certain groups of ethnic or racial groups, especially indigenous and Afro-descended. We'll talk about this later on. So regarding the policies of this diagnosis, we opened 5 options. We talked about continuous work, education, to try to close the gaps, and then it has to do with expectations. All policies that try to reduce spatial gaps, also policies of housing and anti-discrimination that won't only talk about work, but also the culture and educational institutions, and of course the strengthening of social protection to break down the shocks regarding accumulation of wealth. Again, people who had the same level of education, who performed in the same way in the labor market, can have different levels of wealth depending again of their family origin, and this is a lot related to 4 channels. The first one, which also was mentioned by the Undersecretary of the beginning words, are the heritage. We see that heritage explain a great part of transfer of, in between generations, and the difference is also the weight of the heritage also is of importance. Then we have problems related to knowledge, financial knowledge, and conveyance of values of financial attitude. This is very serious for the average of the population. We have low financial levels, but there are also great gaps between socioeconomic levels and also gender. This imperfect transmission of financial knowledge for certain groups and very good for the richer groups determines that the quality of financial inclusion of different groups is very different, and therefore the possibilities to have access to instruments of savings and investment, good ones, is very different. This is very similar to access to credit, but in access to credits we have to also add the territorial gap, which in many cases exists, unfortunately, and despite the technological solutions would help to reduce this territorial gap in access to credit. And finally, again, we see vulnerability. The assets, key assets for some families of the region are more violated than others because of shocks of macroeconomic type, but also health and natural disasters. The main assets of many Latin Americans and natural disasters affect the housings of poorer families as compared to the richer families, and what happens with macroeconomical shocks and health shocks, the families who are not that protected, they inefficiently liquidate their assets and they can't transfer them from one generation to another. So this is how we configure these 4 mechanisms that strengthen transmission of riches between generations.
After this diagnosis are 4 types that have to do with taxes, the policies for financial inclusion, housing, and again to reinforce social protection systems for reduction and mitigation of risks, not only macroeconomic risks, but also environmental, health, and those related to violence. But all these policies are not necessarily implementable if there isn't a consensus that supports the need for reforms in these 3 areas that have been mentioned. And there isn't unity. If there isn't unity in the perceptions and the idea that this is a regional problem, it will be difficult to change. And to cover these issues in our region, in our CAF survey, we collected information on how do Latin Americans believe mobility is, and we compared it with the reality. And we find that in the majority of countries, people are optimistic regarding mobility. They believe that there is more mobility in education than what exists. And not all opine the same. There are differences. For example, men are more optimistic. Women,
los hombres son más optimistas, los jóvenes son
men
más
are more
optimistas.
optimistic,
Quienes
youth are
tienen
more
un nivel
optimistic,
educativo
those
alto,
have
o quienes
high
tienen
education
padres
or have
que
parents
tuvieron ingresos altos
that
son más
had high
optimistas,
income are
mientras
more
que son
optimistic,
más
while
pesimistas quienes se
those that are more
que manifiestan
pessimistic
tener
are
una
those that
orientación ideológica más de izquierda.
have more
Entonces, hay una
left-leaning
variedad
political
de
orientation.
percepciones
So
sobre
there
la
is a
movilidad
variety of
y
opinions
una
regarding
parte de
mobility,
esta
and a
variedad y de esta
part
dispersión en
of this
entender si la
dispersion
movilidad es o no un
to
problema en la
understand
región
if
tiene que ver
mobility
con
is a
el
regional issue
desconocimiento.
has to
Lo
do
que
with
nosotros hacemos en la
unawareness or
región
lack of
entonces
knowledge. What we do
en la
then
encuesta es
in the
informar
survey is
a
to
un grupo
inform a
de
group
encuestados y a otro no sobre esa baja movilidad
regarding,
intergeneracional
inform
que se
them of
observa
this
en cada uno
low
de los países en que
intergenerational
encuestamos.
mobility in the countries that we surveyed.
No sorprendentemente quizá, pero
And
quizá para ustedes sí,
surprisingly,
encontramos unos
We
resultados que
find
son
results that
positivos
are positive
porque
because
invitan al cambio.
they
Conocer sobre
create
la movilidad
change. To know
intergeneracional
about
hace que las personas
intergenerational
estén más
mobility
dispuestos a
allow people
apoyar,
to be
más
more
dispuestas a
willing
apoyar
to
esquemas tributarios
support
progresivos.
progressive
Prefieren
tax
además que esa
schemes.
redistribución se haga en
They
base al
also
talento y al
favor
esfuerzo
that
y
these
también
redistributions are based on
prefieren que esa
talent,
redistribución se haga más bien temprano que tarde.
and they
¿sí?
favor
Tratando de
that
apoyar
these
políticas de educación
redistributions are done
temprana
earlier to
o de
favor early
educación antes
education
que de
policies
transferencias. ¿sí?
rather than direct
Entonces, bueno,
transfers.
solo para comentar finalmente,
So
esto
just
es
to
una
mention
versión muy
finally,
reducida
this
de un
is
libro
a
largo que
summary
invitamos por supuesto a leer,
of
pero
a
queremos
longer
dejarles estos
report,
mensajes que la
but we want
desigualdad
to leave you with
es
these
muy profunda en la
takeaway
región, que estos tres
messages
canales
that
tienen poder
inequalities
para
is
explicar
very
mucho de lo que
entrenched in the
hoy
region.
observamos como desigualdad. Tenemos que
There
construir
are three
consensos, no
channels to
existe una
understand that
bala
we
de
have to
plata.
build
De hecho,
consensus.
si
There is no
resumiéramos nuestras
silver
acciones de
bullet. If
política
we
en una hoja de
summarize
puntos, este
our
sería el resultado, que
policy
por
and to
supuesto hay
summarize
muchos
it
ámbitos de acción,
in
pero en
a
todos ellos lo que
cloud
domina es
chart,
la
it would look like
necesidad de
this, but
brindar
they all
más
point at
oportunidades.
providing more
Muchas gracias.
opportunities in the region. Thank you.
Agradecemos la presentación.
We thank the presentation of Lucila and Dolores. Thank you. We'd like to remind you that you can share your opinions on social media with the hashtag CAF and Chile, and also we invite you to follow our accounts at AgendaCat on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Now we'll give way to the panel for this report that we have heard about in detail, moderated by Mr. Ernesto Shargrotsky, the Director for Socioeconomic Research at CAF. Shargrotsky is a PhD of economy from Harvard and has a broad experience in applied research for economic development in the region. He was Dean of the Torquato di Tella University and also a professor and researcher at the University of Stanford and Harvard. We also invite to come to the stage Alberto Arenas, Andrea Roberto, and Free Sancho to be able to start this conversation. An applause for them.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning to everyone. It is a pleasure for me to moderate this panel. I'll present first the panelists in alphabetical order.
Alberto Arenas
de Mesa is a commercial engineer at the University of Chile and a PhD of economy from the University of Pittsburgh. He has a diploma in Latin American studies of that same university. He was the Minister of Finance in 2014 and 15. Before he had been the Director of Budget, the Undersecretary of Public Functions, and Chief of the Department for Studies of the Directorate of Budget of the Ministry of Finance, among other roles. Currently, he is our host, as he is the Director for Social Development of ECLAC.
Verónica Frisancho is
a lead economist of the Department of Research of the Inter-American Development Bank. We invite her because very soon she will be our new knowledge manager at CAF. Welcome, Veronica.
Quien tiene un doctorado en economía de Pennsylvania State University y una licenciatura en economía de la Universidad del Pacífico
de
Lima, Perú. Su principal campo de especialización es la economía del desarrollo, incluyendo trabajos de investigación sobre educación, mercados laborales, labor markets
in developing countries,
financiera.
Domestic violence,
y Andrea Repeto,
Comienzo por resaltar
who
que ha
I should
colaborado
mention has
dentro de su
collaborated
trabajo de
within her
investigación
research
en la elaboración de
in the
este RED
elaboration of
2022.
this
Es
report.
ingeniera comercial de la
Is a
Pontificia
commercial
Universidad Católica de
engineer
Chile,
of the Catholic University of
magíster en
Chile, a
economía
master
de
in
la misma
economics of the
universidad
same
y
university,
luego obtuvo su
and then she
doctorado en
obtained her
economía
PhD in
en el MIT,
economics
el
at
Massachusetts
MIT.
Institute of Technology. Ha sido
He
miembro del
has been
Consejo
member
Asesor
of the
Presidencial para la Reforma
Advisory
Previsional,
Council
el
for
Consejo
the
Asesor
Pension Reform,
Presidencial contra los conflictos de interés, el tráfico de influencias y la
also
corrupción,
commissions
y el Consejo
against
Asesor Fiscal. Su principal área de
of influence
especialización
trafficking. Her
son
area
las
of
finanzas
expertise are
públicas
public finance
aplicadas, diría, en forma
applied
muy amplia.
broadly,
Y actualmente es profesora
and
titular
currently
de la
is a lead
Universidad
professor
Adolfo
of the
Ibáñez.
University Adolfo Ibáñez.
Gracias, Andrea, por
Thank you, Andrea,
haber colaborado en
for
nuestro
having collaborated
reporte.
with our report.
En este panel
In this panel,
queremos
we want to
discutir
discuss
con Andrea,
with
Alberto
Andrea,
y
Alberto,
Verónica
and
los
Veronica
resultados
the
del
results
reporte RED.
of the RED report.
En el caso particular
In the particular
de
case
Andrea y
of
Alberto,
Andrea
también
and
traer
Alberto,
la
also
discusión
to bring the discussion
a Chile.
to Chile.
Voy a comenzar
I'll
con,
start
con
we'll
vos,
start with you, Andrea.
El RED 2022,
RED
como acabamos de
2022,
ver,
as we've just seen,
analiza el problema
analyzes
de la
the
desigualdad, pero
problem of
no solo en una
inequality,
forma,
but not
digamos, no en
only
una forma estática,
not in
sino
a
en una
static
forma
way, but rather in a
dinámica, desde la
dynamic
óptica
fashion,
de la movilidad intergeneracional.
from the
Y se
perspective of
documentan los
intergenerational
altos niveles de
mobility, and they
persistencia en la
document
región
the high
entre
levels of
generaciones
persistence
en
between
distintas
generations
dimensiones del bienestar de las personas,
in different dimensions
incluyendo la
of
educación,
well-being,
las
including
oportunidades
education,
laborales, los ingresos,
labor
la salud,
opportunities,
la
health, and wealth.
Te hago primero una pregunta amplia que es,
First, a
en tu
general question.
opinión,
In your
como
opinion,
investigadora, ¿cuál
as a
es el
researcher,
valor de
what is the
analizar
value of
la
analyzing
reproducción de la desigualdad
the
de este
reproduction of
enfoque
inequalities
inter o multigeneracional?
with a
¿Y qué
intergenerational
retos y qué
perspective, and what challenges
aprendizajes
and
nos
learnings
suma este enfoque
has
para el
this
debate de
perspective
políticas
given
públicas
for
justamente
the
para la
public policy
reducción de la
debate
desigualdad
to
y la
reduce
pobreza
inequality
en
and
la región?
poverty in the region? Well, that is a great question, and so I'd like to start first by thanking the invitation to CAF to participate in this panel, also for having participated in the project, and to congratulate it because having chosen this topic, this is not an easy topic. It's important, but not easy. And it's been presented extensively in the presented by Lucila, presenting all the areas that touches that intergenerational mobility touches on. Social mobility and equality, which are not the same, but matter for our democracy, have a crucial component that comes from this inertia, this transmission from generation to generation of the starting conditions. And I would see it from two angles. First, inequality and lack of mobility matter because they have an important component of areas that are outside people's controls, and it's unfair. It's not fair for us that life is and opportunities are so determined by things that are out of people's control. It was said before that the place that you were born, your race, your ethnicity, your gender, are things that we do not choose and that simply fall upon us, and that determine largely how our life progresses. So the starting conditions that are inherited, that are transmitted from generation to generation, are a key part of these two areas of social mobility. And secondly, we also have to consider in intergenerational justice that we talk very little of. Those that here we talk of issue of future, of intertemporal weight. Many times we discount that they'll be better than us, and that is not necessarily true. And with climate change and democratic problems that exist in the world, we also have to worry that future generations have good conditions today, and that also has to do with what we will invest and how those will affect future generation. And this study allows to build evidence that we have this inertia. We have these disadvantages that are transmitted from generation to generation, and that public policies have to have this important role to look at present condition but also keeping an eye on the future for those that haven't been born, to be able to cushion the impacts that exist between family members. An interesting example in the areas that I work in, for example, labor and mediation, has to do with how the pitutos, as they're called in Chile, and their importance. This is how you use family networks or friend networks to be able to access jobs. And the access, when we invest in schools, and to not depend on the schools that their parents chose for their children, and in terms of future generations to be able to repair the territorial issues that we have in Chile, as the data shows, that also affect, according to what school you go or what health institution you receive attention at, allowed to create cohesion in the society. And the report reflects this very well. This matters for equity, it matters for growth for future generations, but also matters for democracy, because as these progress and they're not equally shared, we cannot ensure social cohesion, which is very important for our future. Thank you, Andrea. And on this last point that you mentioned, I'd like to ask you, Alberto. At RED, as Andrea said and showed before, it highlights the connection between social mobility and efficiency, showing that not necessarily that there's a contradiction or a tension between these two goals, but even higher social mobility can enable better talent allocation to certain jobs. And also, the report discusses how the possibilities of social mobility can improve cohesion in society and political stability in countries. In the case of Chile, we wanted to ask, how do you see that relationship between social mobility and efficiency, and between the possibilities of social mobility and cohesion in a society to be able to support democracy? Thank you, Ernesto, and good morning to everyone. I think this new invitation made by CAF to debate in this interesting document, RED 2022, of inherited new borders. Greetings to Veronica and Andrea. It's a pleasure to share stage with you. I add to what Andrea said before, to congratulate CAF for this effort. I believe that in the region, if there is an issue that is across the board, that touches all corners of the region, is inequality. And it doesn't matter who is leading governments in the region. At its core, there is a need to face inequality, and I congratulate this report that places that at the center, but also invites us to understand that it's a comprehensive issue. This is not one dimension. This is basically a challenge for countries in the region, that to be able to face inequality, it is necessary to have comprehensive public policies. As the headline says, in the labor world, the labor market, or education, or social security, and the world of macroeconomy and shocks. You conclude the report, and you place that slide, you placed 50 words at the end of your presentation, right? That obviously what that it reflects is that inequality is across the board. And secondly, basically, inequality, you invite us to study Why, as the document says, why is it related to inertia? Why is it persistent in the region? That doesn't mean that countries haven't faced it. It doesn't mean that countries haven't developed policies to face inequality. The region, as the document shows, regarding income inequality, regarding the Gini index, has had different moments during the last decade, but indeed it continues to be the most unequal region in the planet. Now, 3 topics related with Chile and related with the region, connected to Chile and the region. The first is that inequality and social mobility, I'd say the following. The report expresses this, and there are no inclusive social development strategies that places education at the center. We know this. In countries, basically what they do is to invest in education. As Andrea said, not because they invest in education, countries have the same results, nor do they have the same results intergenerationally or the same results by territory. So there's a second derivative that comes from macroeconomy to have this concept of investing in education to the microeconomy on how do you invest and in what do you invest when investing in education. And that is an issue that is not very studied in the region. We're investing in human capital and education, understanding that investing in education is key for development. Secondly, that also the report expresses has to do with the labor market dimension. And in that sense, in our opinion, and the work that we do at the Social Development Division, we talk of labor inclusion. And when we talk of labor inclusion, basically we're referring to all policies, active and passive, for labor markets matter in the end, not only in terms of insertion in the labor market, but also the quality of the insertion, that one way or another refers to social inclusion that is enabled by the labor markets. And in that sense, that I highlight that labor policies also have a microeconomic angle that make a huge difference regarding on how you face inequality. And if I have one more minute, I will conclude with the following. Inequality, just as in poverty, is inefficient. And it is inefficient because, among other issues, it has effects on productivity, it has effects in tax revenues, it has effects on the environment, and of course in social development. That, in one way or another, calls upon us to face this scourge comprehensively, not through one policy. And I say this from the Division of Social Development. This not only has to do with the area of social policies, and in that sense, it is key to be able to face inequality, in our opinion, to expand agreements and consensus in the social sphere to tax revenues, to provide sustainability to the policies to be able to face inequalities in the region. To be able to continue the discussion, I'd like to ask Veronica. The report analyzes inequality and the persistence of the same in different dimensions, and there are different deficits and progresses that have been made. In the case of women, we have seen important advances in results in education, but that progress in education hasn't been reflected in the labor market. Also, the report, when it analyzes different groups, It observes that in the case of Afro-descendants and indigenous groups, the gap is before and still show important differences in accessing education. So I wanted to ask, what do you believe are the main barriers, both in terms of access of women to better labor opportunities or job opportunities, and also these specific ethnic groups to access education?
Funciona, okay.
Sí, sí, sí.
Bueno, solo tengo 4 minutos,
Well,
pero
I only have 4 minutes, but I wanted to
por el
congratulate
reporte. Es un
you for the
trabajo
report.
increíble,
This is an incredible
una
piece
mirada
of work.
novedosa de la desigualdad
It's
que
a
creo que va a
novel
ser útil
perspective
para el desarrollo de políticas
to
públicas.
understand inequality and will be
felicitaciones y también por la
useful for
presentación que ha
public
sido
policies.
bastante-
And thank you for the
bastante
presentation. It
dinámica y bastante
has been
clara.
very
Creo que
dynamic and
eso es lo que al
clear,
final las va a ayudar a
and
llevar
that will
esto
help
a la
you
práctica en términos de
to
políticas.
put this in practice in terms
Sobre
of
tu
affecting
pregunta,
public
Ernesto, creo
policies.
que
Regarding your question,
por el tema de
Ernesto,
género y acceso a
in
los
gender and to
mercados laborales, creo que
accessing
el
labor
primer factor que hay
markets,
que
the first
destacar
factor that
es
has to
los
be
efectos
identified
diferenciales
has
que
to
tiene la
do with the
maternidad y la
effects of
paternidad
maternity
en
and
las carreras de
paternity
hombres y mujeres.
in different
Hay un
jobs for men and
trabajo,
women.
coincidentemente,
There is
pero
a
no tan de
study,
casualidad, de
coincidentally,
Dolores, que
of
analiza
UCA Dolores that
estas
analyzes these
diferencias tanto en
differences
salarios
in
como
salaries
en
and
participación laboral del
in
mercado
job
formal
participation in the
para hombres y
formal
mujeres
labor
antes
market
y
for men and
después de
women
tener un
before and after having a
Vemos que
child.
para las
We see that
mujeres,
for women,
si bien las trayectorias son
although
muy
the
similares a las de los
careers are
hombres
very
antes de
similar to
tener
men before
un
having
primer hijo o un
that
segundo
first
hijo,
child or second
al momento
child,
de
at the
tener
moment of
esta
having
maternidad, las brechas
maternity,
salariales
salary gaps
se amplían
broaden
tremendamente y además se mantienen
importantly
a
and
lo largo
are
del tiempo y
persistent
del
through
siglo de vida.
time,
Mientras que para los hombres no
while for
sucede nada.
men,
No hay
nothing
ningún
happens.
efecto
There is
sobre el
no
salario.
effect on their salary.
En el caso de la
In the
participación
case
laboral
of
en el
labor
mercado
participation
formal pasa
in the
lo
formal
mismo,
market, the same thing
desciende
happens.
estrepitosamente la de
It
las mujeres
drops
después de la maternidad y
sharply
se
after
mantiene
maternity for
por abajo,
women,
justamente
and
porque
it maintains
después de
under,
tener los
because
hijos,
after having
el rol de la
children, the
mujer
role
como
of women
cuidadora,
as
que es el que
caretaker or
prepondera en
caregiver
nuestras normas sociales,
that is given by our societal norms is an impediment to keep to allow them to have, for example, full work hours, and it's easier for women to introduce themselves in the informal job market with lower wages. And this is important to consider when designing public policy, to take this into account and how we can facilitate labor insertion for women, taking this into account. Secondly, there's an issue of career selection between men and women. Salary gaps persist because men and women study different careers, and although there is, the gap has been reduced. We have this reversion. More women graduate, but women choose different careers than men. Women tend to choose careers in education, social services, health services, while men focus more on STEM, industry, and careers that in themselves create more income. This gap that in English is referred to as STEM persistent in tertiary education creates salary gaps, but even in women that go to STEM careers, which are a minority, also have lower salaries than men that study STEM careers. And this takes me to the third important part in gender and the job market, is that discrimination persists, whether implicit or explicit, although there are rules and regulations that our countries have made progress in enforcement them. There's an enforcing of these rules that are not effective. Fines do not incur when discrimination happens, and there's also implicit discrimination for women, especially in ages where it is believed that they could have a child. And there's abundant evidence aiming at this. And not only has to do with hiring women, but also retention of women and their promotion. And this bottleneck, we start to see less women, we start to see more salary gaps, and we start to see that these differences will be harder to close. Regarding the Afro-descendant population and indigenous groups, we are at a point where we still haven't been able to make progress in educational gaps. As the report has shown, these are unfairly
persistent. And I believe there's an issue that has to do with social norms and stereotypes connected to our colonial history that we haven't been able to shake off nor to solve, and that impede access to education, not only due to physical access or to financial access, but also due to information access, as Lucia Dolores said, and also of aspirations. We have some studies in the case of Peru connected to the 18 scholarship, where we see that the aspiration of youth in poor neighborhoods is very minimal. Although they have access to scholarships, they don't believe that they are possible or they are able to access education. So there's a strong issue related to networks and aspirations and dreams that is impacting, and also segregation has an impact that varies from country to country. But in the majority of countries, the issue of income is closely connected to access to secondary education, either due to tuition costs or the neighborhood that you live in, or access to public education. In many countries, there are parallel systems where those that have a bit more money send their kids to private schools, and of course, Afro groups and indigenous groups do not have these financial resources, and that is also a barrier for them to be able to access formal education. I think there's a lot more to do there. I'd also like to express that in the case of closing gaps or reverting gaps, women, we don't have to lose sight that there is a disadvantage between young men, that we cannot celebrate this. We can't say that women are better. There is higher levels of school dropouts in Afro groups, either due to bullying or aspirations or lack of income at homes. And the increase of crime is also connected to this lower level education that young men are receiving in our region.
Thank you very much, Veronica. I will get back to you when we will talk about specific policies to solve the problem of the gaps in these groups. But first, I would like to come back to Andrea. The RED 2022 talks about policies like Lucila and Dolores presented, talking about three great channels for the inequalities in education, job opportunities on the job market, and accumulation of wealth. I would like to ask you, Andrea, which of these channels or mechanisms, if we want to rank them, which one do you think is more relevant, particularly for Chile? Where do you see greatest progress, or alternatively, the greatest deficits or challenges? And if the challenges pending still have to do with how expensive these policies are regarding the funding that we need, the financing, or for the design, or a deficit in the implementation of policies to attack these problems? Well, I think it's very important to have chosen this combination that they propose, because these are three fields that are important. Don't make me rank them, because I can't. They complement each other. They relate to each other. Some complement in a circle that can be a vicious circle, according to the analysis. In Chile, we have made progress in different areas, and I think it's been very unequal, and that we still have a long road to run. And of course, many of these experiences for Chile are also shared by the rest of the region, with the rest of the region. In education, coverage in Chile has made lots of progress. Secondary education, rather than the rest of the region, I think Chile has an advantage in that sense. It's also made some advance in university and tertiary education, higher education, also technical professional, not only university, as we still have an important debt in coverage, and also in that relation, according to that graph that Lucila showed, how the opportunities, where they get to education, the children, according to where their parents got, that relationship, that bond is still very, very strong. Children who go to schools of the same school that their parents went in the high, in the communes of high socioeconomic level, one of the communes that we live now, and that bond, that connection is still very strong in Chile, a lot stronger than elsewhere, and that's something that we have to work on. We've had advance in society in that sense, and I would like to talk about two policies that Roberto can talk about more. One is the law on inclusion in Chile, that half of school admission fees are for private schools financed by the state, but they are private property and managed by private people. And in the law could choose the families who go to the school, and of course they are more interested in children from families, or choose families where children will be easier to educate. That's very recent in Chile. It was very much debated. Many families don't like this because it's very rooted, this idea that families choose a school where it's not like that. And I think that this in the future will give fruits, that this way we will reduce the gaps in education. And there's also a policy of the university, which has also been very much debated, and because our universities in Chile are very expensive, private, the admission fee is several times the minimum salary. So obviously, children who can go to universities who have parents with high education, of course, we have to relate this to this there's a system that Claudia said this is very selective, so not children with from families with lower income can't really have access. But we are taking steps in this idea to be able to break down this strong relationship between education of different generations in families. In continuous education, when we also talk about the job market, we have a long debt to reform the training system. There are lots of bills in Congress that don't make any progress. I think this is a very strong source of our problems. There are things that can be done in training that don't have to go through Congress, and I hope that the current government can take up that bet and then can make progress here, and so we can obtain these agreements. And Lucila and Dolora talked about the following topic, and I've just mentioned is the importance to extend these networks of access to the job market that not only be related to the networks of families. And Veronica said we lag behind for women and young people. In Chile, women still have to take care of children. There are several things that are simply implicit, some are explicit. We have the system of daycare as related to women who work in companies. So it's only the women who take care of the children. Again, a victim of our political system that we discuss government after government, and there is a bit of progress, but no resolution is given. Transition from school to work, that's something that we have not worked on a lot when we think of young people. Not all young people go to higher education. They don't go immediately or sometimes only later. And young people at schools are not taught even what it is about. There is no formation, or there are no expectations that are formed, and transitions that can help them to go to take a job, and expectations regarding the future. And expectations are also marked by experiences of the parents themselves and the families themselves. What do they understand of the job market according to what they've seen around them? And then finally, accumulation of wealth. The region has to start with stability. These shocks that can sometimes hit families and companies very hard must be as little relevant as possible, and that's why we need social policy that's more robust. Uncertainties in terms of health, climate change, the opportunities for families, we have to make them visible. Those shocks exist, and we want them to hit families as little as possible. See the possibility to be to start as an entrepreneur, to build your own family, and there is lots of informal entrepreneurships and companies, and this is sometimes risky. I would also like to talk about those inheritances, because in Chile we talk about this very little. These transfers, there's a lot of tax evasion as well, and this is, of course, something to discuss in this tax reform. Finally, the question, where are the problems? In the end, I think the deepest problem is political capacity. We have a political system that's so incapable of collaborating. There is no collaboration. We're trying. We always hope that the next government does things better, and there are no incentives. There is no incentive for collaboration, for cooperation, fragmentation in multiple oppositions. This has damaged us a lot. It's been very difficult to implement these reforms where technical world is already ready for this. Everybody's been talking about this, and they've all been victims because of the politics. And we hope that we have a new opportunity for a new constitution, and hope we can make progress in this area. Thank you very much, Andrea, for such a complete answer. One of the things that you mentioned was in the existence or the exposure to shocks. And I wanted to ask you, Alberto, the Red says that social protection is a fundamental pillar for intergenerational mobility, because we have lots of socioeconomic groups with very little rest, and they have to face a negative shock that can be in terms of health, of occupation, environmental, an earthquake. I would like to ask you what elements, and you in your role as director of social protection in ICLAC, what elements of social protection are most critical and that should be used most to assure better opportunities for intergenerational mobility? Also, as part of, like Andrea said, a region marked by high levels of job informality, which take away this connection of the state to get to the social protection.
Perfecto.
Good. Well,
primero,
first
gracias,
of all,
Andrea.
thank you, Andrea.
Efectivamente,
Indeed.
en el momento que me tocó trabajar en el
At some
gobierno,
point, I worked
buscamos,
in the government, and we were looking
entre
for
otras materias, digamos,
resources
financiar
to finance
una reforma estructural a la
a
educación
structural
en Chile.
reform to education in Chile.
Y bueno, eso también se debió a la grande decisión
Also led to the
política que hubo en ese
big
momento
political
de hacer elección,
decision
y saludo aquí
that
a
wanted to make progress in
mi
that
colega
direction,
Rodrigo,
and
a
my
colega
colleague Rodrigo
que con mucha
of
decisión
CAF
llevamos con mucha convicción
can affirm we were very convinced.
Contestando tu pregunta respecto a la
When
protección
I
social, te partiría
answer
diciendo lo siguiente.
your question regarding social protection, I would like to say as
La pandemia,
follows.
que
The
lamentablemente
pandemic,
aún no
which
termina,
Unfortunately, it's not over yet. Today, we're not wearing our face protection anymore, but the pandemic is still there. The pandemic created an opportunity, a window of opportunities to talk about social protection, to invest in social protection,
y todos los países de la
and
región,
all the countries
todos
of the
los países de la
region, all
región,
of
en
them,
promedio, la
on
región gastaba
average,
en
the
gasto social
region
11,3 puntos del PIB, pasó en
11.3%
plena
of
pandemia
GDP,
a
and then
13,8
in the
puntos del PIB,
pandemic
es decir,
it went to
2,5 puntos del PIB
13.8%,
colocaron en promedio, algunos países colocaron 4,
of the
etc.
GDP, and on average, some countries 4
Básicamente,
or 5,
digamos, destinados a la
basically
protección social. Allí
meant
hay
for social protection.
una oportunidad,
Here,
¿ah?
we have
Una
an
oportunidad,
opportunity,
digamos, cuando
an
uno
opportunity
efectivamente tiene
when
una
we
crisis,
indeed,
transformar esa oportunidad. Y los países respondieron muy rápido. Y respondieron muy ágiles y respondieron con distintas medidas de transferencias de emergencia, contributivas y no contributivas. Pero efectivamente también se mostró en esta pandemia los déficits sustantivos que tienen en los países de la región los sistemas de protección social. Nosotros en la CEPAL hablamos de sistemas de protección social con características y le colocamos adjetivos. Queremos avanzar en sistemas de protección social que sean universales en su acceso, sensibles a las diferencias, que no dejen a nadie atrás, que sean integrales en su diseño, en su oferta, que sean sostenibles, porque básicamente no solamente es un compromiso de hoy con la generación actual, sino con la futura generación también.
with future
Y
generations,
resiliente, por cierto,
and resilient,
digamos,
of course,
en términos de que tiene que
in
hacerse
terms
cargo de la
of
renovada
that it has
matriz de
to
riesgo
take
que hay
responsibility for the current
en la
risk
región.
matrix in the
Y si
region.
efectivamente
And
uno
if
quisiera
indeed
elegir,
one would like
con la
to
restricción de tiempo que hay
choose,
en
with the time
el
restriction that we
panel,
have, of course, here in the
yo
panel, I
destacaría,
would
digamos, dos
like
intervenciones
to
que están
highlight
ocurriendo,
two
digamos,
interventions that
en la
are
región
taking
en
place in
protección
the
social, que a mi
region
juicio
in
sí
terms of
destacan.
social protection,
Y que
which are worth
básicamente desde un
highlighting. And
enfoque de
basically,
derecho y un enfoque de
from
ciclo de vida,
a focus of
uno habla
life
como los dos
cycle, we
tails,
talk
los
about
dos, el inicio del ciclo de vida y el fin del ciclo de vida.
two areas, the beginning and
En
the
el
end
fin
of
del
life
ciclo de vida, la
cycle.
región ha
At the
tenido
end
una
of the life cycle of the
transformación
region,
estructural
we've had a
en cómo el
structural
Estado
transformation
se
in
hace
how
cargo
the
de
state
la
takes
vejez.
responsibility
Y
of
se hace cargo de la vejez de distintas maneras, pero en términos de ingresos se hace
old
cargo a través de los
age
sistemas de
in
pensiones no contributivos.
They do this
Ustedes, digamos,
through
en el año 2000,
non-taxable incomes.
en América Latina había
In the year
1 millón de
2000, in Latin
personas
America,
con
there
cobertura
was
en un sistema de pensiones
1
no
million
contributivos
people
mayores de 65
that
años.
with coverage in
Hoy
the
día
system
son
without
15
taxes.
millones de personas.
And
Una
today
cobertura
it's
de
15 million
4% de los
people,
mayores de
coverage of
65
4%
años.
of people
Hoy
higher
día la
than,
cobertura es
older
de
than
30%.
65%.
Es
Today
decir,
there's
ha
a
habido
coverage of
un avance
30%, so there has
sustantivo
been
para
a
generar,
substantial
y
progress
vean
to
los
generate
indicadores de pobreza en los adultos mayores,
these
el de
poverty
65 años
indicators
y más.
in
Son los menores generacionalmente de
old
forma etaria.
people.
Y de una u otra manera
And in
se
some
debe
way,
a que había una
there has
concertación
been
respecto de
consultation
enfrentar ese
to
tema.
face
La
this
invitación,
problem.
creo que uno de
The
los desafíos
invitation, I
importantes en la
think,
protección
of
social
one
es
of these
buscar
challenges in social
el
protection is
el otro
to
tail, digamos, el
look
inicio
in
de
the
la vida,
other
la primera
area,
infancia.
for other extreme, the
Invertir en la primera
beginning.
infancia no es
So to
solamente un
invest
sinónimo de educación,
in early
es un sinónimo de
childhood,
protección social, es un
it's a
sinónimo
synonym
de
of
salud,
social
es un
protection,
sinónimo
of
de
health,
vivienda, son políticas
of,
integrales.
these are
Porque
integral
básicamente,
policies,
digamos, y
because
está muy
basically,
documentado,
and this is
de
very
que
well
invirtiendo
documented,
en
that
la
when you
primera
invest
infancia
in early
es la inversión
childhood,
más rentable
that
para
is the
enfrentar la
most
pobreza y la
profitable
desigualdad
investment to
en
face
la región.
poverty and
Y cierro,
inequality in the
porque son los
region.
4 minutos,
And
si me
I'll
dejan.
close here, because I know we've
Una
only
sola
got 4
frase
minutes. One
respecto
single
de la economía política
about
que trae todo este
political
proceso.
economy that
Porque
this process brings
básicamente
about,
las
because
políticas
basically
públicas o
public
implementar
policies
políticas públicas
or
en
to
la
implement
región,
public policies in the region,
de una u otra manera, digamos, si
some
las queremos
way,
para enfrentar la desigualdad o
if we want to
fortalecer los
do
sistemas
this
de
to
protección
face
social,
inequality, to strengthen social
no
protection
basta
system, is not
tener buenas
enough
ideas,
to
no
have good
basta tener la
ideas. It's
razón.
not enough. It's not enough to
Básicamente que
be
hay un
right.
fino
Basically,
balance,
there's a
fino
fine balance
de gestionar en forma
to
oportuna y eficiente
manage
los intereses, las demandas, las
interests,
presiones.
requirements,
Y
timely and
básicamente cuando uno le
efficiently.
preguntan, digamos,
And
dónde
when
están
you
los
ask
problemas de la
where
economía
are the
política para
problems
avanzar
of
en sistemas de protección
political
social en la
economy
región,
to make
yo diría que
progress
no es el
in
problema de la economía
social protection
política,
in the
es el
country. I don't
problema de
think
la
it's a political
ceguera
economy
en la política
problem.
pública de no
It's
gestionar
the
la economía
blindness
política
in
para avanzar
political economy
decididamente en
to make
sistemas de protección
progress
social
in systems of social
universales,
protection
integrales,
that are in a
sostenibles y
universal
resilientes
and
que enfrentan la desigualdad.
integral resilience
Muchas
to
gracias.
face inequality in the region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alberto, to combine this more theoretical part to practice for the responsibility of economic policy. It's when we talk about the implementation of policies, Veronica, like Red says, we have to think of a menu that can vary in each country to get to a better opportunity, equality of opportunity for the lesser groups, groups of lesser opportunity. When we talk about the equality of opportunities in the job market for women, equality of opportunities for certain ethnic or racial groups on the job market and access to education, what should an integral strategy include to face this problem? What are the main barriers for that integral strategy? And how, also, as you indicated, in policy and economic policy, there are trade-offs, and I liked it when you indicated that there's a counterpart of the better scope of policies for women is that in some countries there are lower results for young people and adolescents, for example, to finish secondary school, and these are the groups in the regions that are most exposed to criminality, which we know which is another problem that is reproduced by these mechanisms of inequality in the region. Please, 4 minutes, could you solve this problem? Very good question. Well, I think I will mention the points that I think one of the great problems in the region is informality. If we want to answer the question, what is most striking in Latin America as a region and the Caribbean, which is a high level of informal work, which is a very important point, and that's important as a barrier, because when we think of public policies, most policies that we have at hand to close gender gaps or ethnic gaps, they will affect the informal sector of job market. When we talk about paternity and maternity, we want to make them more equal. The majority of the countries in the region, the best of the countries, offers 7 days for fathers. When women, they offer 3 months in the best countries with some recent improvements, but that gap doesn't make sense because it perpetuates social standards. If we scale this up, this affects 25% of the job market in Peru. And of course, Peru is an extreme case, but we in Chilean case, where there is lower informality levels, but these gaps are still there. So because we have this large barrier, we have to really think of social protection systems that also affect the informal area. So this system based on a traditional family, a man, a woman stays at home, work, a father who works, and 2 children in the formal market. I think this is an ideal maybe in the region 100 years ago, but this is not something that works for our region. And based on that, I think there are many of these are many of the gaps that we're trying to close. Second, I think there is something that's very striking in the region, which is the work relation. Our region has grown in supporting women productivity and especially giving them lots of flexibility on the job market and regulating for companies so they invest for private investment and external investment. And I think we have to balance this in our current work codes, labor codes. There have been several contracts that have appeared that are formal in a sense that they're hired in the formal sector, but they have no benefits. So we have to generate more space in our labor codes to give more power to the syndicates, to the unions that have been destroyed in our region and very much political. There's something that the minimum salary has to be fair. We have to talk about not a minimum salary for basic needs, and especially as for training and job training, there are great gaps to close still. I think that lots of the inequality that we see in the report goes through the job market of the parents and the parents and grandparents. Because many of the gaps start here and then will be inherited over time. So I think also it's important to highlight these topics at global level, but particularly for gender gaps and ethnicity gaps, because also important to remember the agenda that we still have pending in terms of legislation, which would be like the low-hanging fruits, because there are reforms pending on unilateral divorce is permitted only in 4 countries in the region, because a woman who lives in a house with domestic violence can't simply close the door and leave and obtain a divorce by their own will, but they have to go through a certain process, wait many years, and then go through divorce. So several measures that in a region where we have a high proportion of women that are manage their home. They're a single parent, and we need a new legislation for all these new home systems to close gaps. Young people, going back to the last point of your question, I think that there is a lack of opportunities that is reflected in the data that we're seeing here. Latin America is characterized by a high proportion of ninis, which are people who do not work and do not study. And the surveys that we've seen, the reasons behind this disillusion or inactivity come from the notion of whatever effort I make, I won't be able to leave the situation that I'm in, this injustice that closes doors that you even have a knock on. So the region needs to make a big effort to invest in early education. We have not covered that. That's part of the life cycle, like you said, and here is where differences start being formed. But again, this goes through social regulations and norms. There are labels that children have to be strong, the ones who fight, the ones who children are talking about, boys have to be strong and they have to not go to school, and the girls have to, play with colored pencils. And this does not only happen in education, but also at work. So social norms have changed slowly, but they have changed. Some years ago, women couldn't even vote, and of course that reform in many of the countries also fed the perspective that we have as a woman, as a women as a leader. And so states can do lots to help this process of social norms, generating this regulation that helps us to take a step further regarding the labels that we give to men and women.
Veronica, thank you to the 3 of you, Veronica, Andrea, and Alberto, both for reading our report and also to bring your expertise and knowledge to this discussion on assessing new policies for Chile. So thank you for accompanying us during this panel. We thank once again Alberto, Veronica, and Andrea, and Ernesto for their participation in this panel. And to culminate this first event of this morning, I'd like to invite to the podium Mr. Christian Asinelli, Corporate Vice President of Strategic Programming for CAF, to provide the closing remarks.
Bueno, ¿qué tal?
How are you? Good morning again to everyone. It is a pleasure to be here again. And I'd like to thank you for your participating in this report, those that are here in person and those that are following us online. And I also like to thank the presentation made by Sergio Diaz-Granados and Claudio Sangüesa, Undersecretary, that I believe set the tone for the concepts that have started this meeting that will be throughout the morning. And a special greeting to Lucila and Dolores, who made a tremendous presentation, as Veronica said, and that in addition, together with all the team, this is what Lucila and Dolores have done is to present something that has behind years of work, of workshops, of meetings, group dynamics, reviewing papers, all coordinated by Ernesto Chardosque and Adriana Perriasa. Adriana is sitting there in the first row. She is a manager of knowledge here at the institution, and it is work that is done together in teams and that has a level of quality of world class. Alberto, thank you also for both presentations that I believe were very important because they helped us to put the focus on some of the key matters that help us to give added value to the report, such as tools that help us to start the debate. And to Veronica, that is here in her role for a couple of more days as an employee of the IDB, but from March 16th will be working with us and continue the work of Adriana during this year in the Department of Knowledge here at CAF. And as you well know, it was important to show this snapshot. We are here in Chile not only for formalities, to have a board meeting and an assembly that we have to do, but we also have the possibility to return and to have Chile as part of our institution, as mentioned by the president of CAF in his intervention, to have it within the CAF structure because Chile was a founding member and they accompanied us. We are accompanied by the president of Chile during this first day of celebrating Chile as a new full member of the board of CAF. And it's part of our mission to have projects. We approved more than $1.5 billion in projects for the region, for Ecuador, Chile, and Argentina. We had the opportunity of having this dual role. The first time we've had in our meetings the Minister of Chile were able to approve, thanks to the work done by Julian's team and different areas of the private sector that accompanied this work, to approve a first project in this board that represents an important development. We were able to have 21 activities during these days that have allowed us to discuss different topics of gender, leadership, equality, what we're doing today this morning as well, as presented by the president of CAF, that we call from exclusion to opportunity to inclusion, 3 complementary perspectives. And we're concluding with the red report, and then we'll see the youth perspective to present our inclusion and diversity strategy. So these activities in some way have allowed us that together with the president of CAF and President Boric, we are restarting an important relationship for CAF that strengthens CAF and also Chile in all the challenges they have ahead. All these activities wouldn't be possible without the support of the government of Chile. And I think on behalf of ECLAC, to Alberto on behalf of ECLAC, because we had all these days and what we called Jose Manuel, the executive secretary, that we felt at home and allowed to have this meeting between CAF and ECLAC. And we thank Alberto again for how he has treated us, and we're very happy with this meeting. So with this celebration that we had on the re-entry of Chile, now has, in this morning, the culmination with this important report that, as the president of CAF said, is one of many that we have been developing for 20 years that touches on different facets, different topics, all important to improve the quality of public policies in Latin America and the Caribbean, not only to create reports so that they are stored up in a library or to put them on the coffee table of a minister, but to actually use them to improve the quality of public policies and to incentivize debate. That was what we did now. So the report clearly addresses an issue that is central for the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. It shows and has shown, for those that had the opportunity to read the report, and those that haven't, we incentivize you, we urge you to do so. Social mobility is key in many groups of the population in geographies that aren't as well served as others. The issue, for example, of Afro-descendant communities or indigenous groups that are underserved, or gender issues, or inequality related to women labor or women jobs. We're able to carry out the discussion with panelists to use the results of the report and the expertise and knowledge that each one of our three specialists have. And that allowed us to reach a reflection and have an interesting discussion on the causes, the diagnosis, and the ramifications that this problem has. And as Lucila said, the pain points when concluding each one of the presentations, also to give ideas how to move forward, not only to say, well, this is the assessment, this is what we found, but also to help decision makers with ideas, suggestions on how to incentivize the debate to find improvements. And I think that the report is as I said in the beginning, is a result of teamwork for many years, of planning, of discussions, of workshops. And the members of the panel helped us, again, to start the discussion, or to use the tool for discussion as part of the reading of the report, how new perspectives have appeared, new approaches appear that allow us to improve it, to enhance it, but also to make reality what we want, to bring this discussion to decision makers, who are those that will develop the policies to be able to escape this problem that we have. And that public policies or decision makers also need information for the decision. And this information with the CAF survey and all the work done by the knowledge team, I believe, is central. Andrea, I think, was very interesting what she said when she expressed the issue of justice, intergenerational justice, this idea that when individual progress depends too much on your family's origin, that can be corrosive on democracy, and is what we're seeing today. Alberto also talked about equality, and that also took us to talk of governance and how to improve quality, innovation of public policies, and this has importance for many reasons. First, I think that because to consolidate, to promote growth of our countries, and to help our citizens to escape poverty, it's key to understand the role that all stakeholders have in politics or in society. And that is where governance, as Alberto said, occupies a prominent role, because this is solved together with dialogue, with different stakeholders, with civil society, with business leaders, with national or subnational governments, multilateral organizations, ECLAC, CAF, and others that can help us to generate this connection to be able to cause or to have change. That connection between the state to improve citizen participation that also have been subject to other red studies in previous years help us to focus on where we want to go. And as Sergio said at the beginning, after 20 years performing different studies, now we're looking to see how we can use them all holistically to incentivize and to improve this debate. Then, in second order, institutions to guarantee commitment for society depends on the efficiency and good functioning of our institutions. The report also expresses this, and productive reactivation, digital transformation, rights, gender rights, as discussed here, I believe are aspects linked to other matters that we are working on from CAF and have to do with climate. All this, although it seems unconnected, start to aggregate and take us, in our case, as a multilateral organization, to this mission given by our board to be the Green Bank, the Bank of Reactivation, and from the knowledge team to contribute to solutions, to contribute with ideas, to incentivize debate. Veronica expressed this in many of her interventions, especially with the example of the difference between when you produce the moment of paternity and maternity, and the inequalities in the labor market. What can we do then to change that and to be able to harness the productive potential of our workers? And we have to find that path, to find that alignment that allows us to make this change expressed by Veronica. The private sector, we have Jorge Alvache and all the team within our institution that works on these lines. They also have a central role when improving the construction of these labor sources to reduce informality, which is achieved with more investment, and from CAF, we have been working on this. And in addition, the capacity to provide answers. How do we create conditions so that people can save, so that they can not be forced to liquidate their assets, how to be more efficient, how to help credit markets? And there at CAF, we have a role from the different spaces and divisions that our institution has. The report, I believe, is a space around which stakeholders can help us to work on improving social mobility policies to make a qualitative leap. And here the challenge is, how can we go from words to action, from reports to action? And from CAF, we have been working very strongly on this. This has to be done together. We cannot work alone. None of us here today can do this by our own means, even if individually we make big contributions. We have to brother together. We have to partner. If not, it is impossible to make this qualitative leap to reduce inequality. The objective of the report aims at this. With this morning, obviously, the debate does not end. The debate is just starting. We'll continue to present this report through the 21 countries of CAF, as done last year, and it's a contribution that we make together with our teams, all organized. And to conclude, I take the opportunity to congratulate the CAF team, to the areas of the secretariat, support areas, the offices, Rodrigo, Eugenio, who helped us to be able to have these events during this week. I believe that this report is a starting point and will be useful for everyone. And from here, we can make this qualitative leap that we all want to improve the public policies in our countries. Thank you. Thank you, Cristina Sinelli, for his words. Just a comment that the report, Red 2022, is available to be downloaded for free at www.cioteca.caf.com. Cioteca. We ask you please to stay seated for a moment, because we will organize this area for the next panel. As we've said this morning, we have to have more seats. Yes? We're going to place more seats because, as it was said this morning, we will have 3 events related to the topic of today that have to do with exclusion of opportunities, and 3 complementary perspectives.
Bueno, ya está todo dispuesto para dar paso a...
So everything is ready to start the second event of this morning. We invite the attendees to take your seat, hopefully in the front rows, the seats that are available for the audience.
Ahora sí, vamos a dar paso entonces a la segunda parte.
We'll move on to the second part. You're able to lower the music volume to take your seats, hopefully in the central part where seats are available for our guests to be able to start to hear the voice of our youth. They have much to say on how they see inequality in the region in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's always been said that they are future, that they will take this role to be able to analyze and propose the changes to policies to be able to progress and to advance towards a fairer Latin America and the Caribbean. So we'll start the second part of this event. This is called a conversation, youth that are leading change in Latin America and the Caribbean. In this conversation, we will discuss on the experiences of young leaders in Chile and in Colombia, as also the role that the private sector and public institutions have and multilateral banks have as key allies to develop the youth agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. Do not forget that you can share your opinions regarding this event during this day through on our social media at #CAF in Chile, and to follow our accounts are at Agenda CAF on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To start then the second part of the event, we invite again Cristina Sanelli, Vice President of Corporate Affairs for Strategic Programming of CAF. Or is that they're all outside? What do we do? Do we wait then? For those that are following us online, we apologize. There has been a change of our audience. This has been a non-stop session with no stops. We apologize for this short delay. Just some brief moments, 3 minutes approximately, and we'll continue with the second event of the day of this morning to talk of this important issue that affects us in the region, such as inequalities that exist in different dimensions in Latin America and the Caribbean. We will return shortly.
Bueno, ahora sí damos nuevamente la bienvenida.
Okay, we would like to welcome you back on streaming. Thank you for waiting for us. We're ready to continue with young people protagonists of change in Latin America and Caribbean. I yield the floor now, Cristian Asinelli, who's cooperative director of the CAF strategy for the region. Welcome back. Well, good morning again to all of you. For those who are in streaming, maybe not, but those who are here saw me close the previous panel and open the next one, and then probably you'll see me in another one. Welcome to this panel that we will have about the role of young people as protagonists of change in Latin America. Maybe the Secretary General will scold me, but because the protagonists here are young people, there are still seats free. Please, young people, come here to the front, because there were some papers with names here on the chairs, but please, young people, come and sit at the front. I'm sorry for the names I took away, but I think it will be more useful for young people to be here so they can interact better. Sorry for Mr. Secretary General, Protocol CAF. Thank you very much for the panel members, guests, the Organization por Pacífico, María Isabel Ulloa, Tito en Paz, the advisor of the Ministry of Treasury in Colombia, and public credits in Colombia, Elena Morquera, all those who are helping us to generate the reflections from Colombia and from Chile, will be accompanied by Rocio González, spokesperson of the Platform Tremendos, and Fabiana Del Popolo from CEPAL. Thank you very much, both of you young people from brother countries. This is an idea that came up from a journey of the president of CAF with our representative in Colombia, Rodrigo Peñolillo. They were in different areas of the country, and when they had dialogues with young people, this idea to have this panel was born. Then the moderator, which is our representative in CAF, will be here as well. I don't need to tell each of you young people from Latin America and the Caribbean who are listening to us, and young people here in Chile. But in the region, we have around 140 and 150 million young people, which is more than 25% of the population of our region. And the pandemic has been very strong for the young people in education, but also in work. More than 40 million young people were unemployed after the pandemic, and this is something we have to work on. The regions, countries, social, private sector and public sector, to generate space so young people can have instances to get together, personal and labor reasons. Incomes of young people changed between 2020 and 2021. They have gone down. This is something we have to work on as well. And in some way, limitations in education during the pandemic have also increased that reduction in the work market. Pablo Bartol works on this, and he will be helping this, and he will close this event as well with the perspectives that we are showing here in CAF. And those who are listening to us online, or for the young people who have just joined and who did not see the first part today, this morning we have 3 events. First event where we showed a report on inherited inequality, social mobility. And now we have this event for young people, and then we will present our vision, our perspective, our strategy about inclusion. So For those who didn't see the previous panel, the report was very interesting. We presented how, in some way, problems of parents end up influencing the problems of new generations. If a parent had no university studies, the probability is high that children, boys or girls, don't go to university either. And when there are economic possibilities in a family and parents have followed university, the gap grows a lot. And then so children from parents who went to university also go to university. So what do we do to work on this and to change that? That's a part of debate. I'm sure that there are many youngsters who are first-generation university students. Their parents maybe did not have this possibility, so we have to really make sure that this happens more. We at CAF, with different programs that Pablo said as a suggestion, but there are other also ideas where we increase possibilities to go to school and university. At CAF, we propose this goal to, in an integral way, collaborate to take this qualitative jump with more infrastructure, but also soft skills and tools that we can give to young girls and boys so they can have the possibility to generate this upward intergenerational mobility. With this change of these seats, now the young people are in the front. I'm sure that will come now, this hour that we have to discuss. I'm sure that the young boys and girls will be the protagonists. We will have an interesting exchange of visions between Chile and Colombia, so that based on that we can generate dialogue, which I hope doesn't stay just here, but they can then get together and share experiences. And then maybe, Rodrigo, we can have a next encounter or event with a representative in Chile, Julian, so that next one can be organized in Colombia, so the youngsters from Chile can go to Colombia to have this exchange of experience and knowledge, dialogue that all the organizations present here have been working on. Yesterday, we, with the International Youth Organization, and many people of the team of Tremenda participated in that event. We worked on youth lab, because at CAF we've been working since 2016 with a strategy to involve young people and put them on the agenda of our institution, not only with programs, ideas, but concrete actions with projects that then can be carried out in each one of the countries, and also with education, with training, such as governability and leadership programs. Nathalie and Pablo are here, who during these days developed a program among these 21 activities that we've had here at CAF today with Latin American female mayors. Many of them were very young. For many, it was the first time that they were mayor. So somehow they broke that inertia that had been going on for several hundred years in certain cities, cities where they now are governing. I think that the debates that took place yesterday in the laboratory and that will take place today will clearly be a contribution, or give a contribution to these sustainable development goals that we work on for training, dialogue initiatives, and these help us to generate and overcome the gaps that we have as society. We have to take action, each one of us, like we said yesterday, in the lab of the OIJ can give their contribution, but individual efforts are not enough. It is not enough just to close the tap when we brush our teeth or recycle at home. The effort has to be collective and not individual between organizations and societies. Otherwise, we will not be able to reach the goals that we are, sustainable development goals that we are posing ourselves in each one of our operations, but especially the objectives that we pose ourselves to change as a society, to change our consumption patterns, to not waste, and to be more executive when implementing public policies. And now I would like to listen to all of you now. So I think that this instance will be very interesting. We can take this to all the other countries that we're working on, not only the exchange between Chile and Colombia, but to the 21 countries that in CAF, the Development Bank for Latin America, we're working on to change the lives of people. So I'm very happy to be able to be here to open this event. And I'm convinced that we will take away lots of information and also lots of lessons. So thank you for the time that you're using here. And we'll see each other in other events. Thank you very much, Christian Asinelli, who indeed has a very full agenda, participating in this last day at CEPAL in Santiago de Chile in the framework of the meeting of Board of Directors and shareholders of CAF. So now I yield the floor to Eddie Marcelin, coordinator for CAF, who will invite the panel members of this interesting panel.
Super.
Very good.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite my panel members, María Isabel, Rocío, Héctor, Jorge, Leiner.
Un aplauso, por favor.
Applause for them, please.
Bueno, ya Héctor nos va a contar ahora de qué se trata la bandera.
Hector will tell you later on what this banner is about.
Muchísimas gracias a todos por aceptar esta invitación.
Thank you very much for accepting this invitation.
Estamos arrancando este segundo segmento de esta jornada que hemos denominado de la
event, which is called Three Complementary Perspectives. At CAF, we've made an important effort to have to put these segments at the center. So we will start a very important conversation. I would like to welcome Jorge Rodriguez from CEPAL, who will talk about population, and especially from Sociodemographic, who will talk about the profile that we are seeing today, and he will give data in matters of adolescence. Leiner Mosquera from Colombia, currently advisor of the Ministry of Economy in Colombia, and she also leads a very important organization for youth, Universidad de los Andes. Rocío del Pilar from the organization Platform Tremendas, which works with adolescent girls to promote and progress to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals. Hector Obando from the same district in Paz, who works with peace through sport as an answer to social conditions of this district in Cali. María Isabel Ulloa, the president of Pro Pacífico and leader of the collective of Compromiso Bache. Thank you very much for being here, for sharing with us, and all the young people who are accompanying us here in the audience, everybody who's following us online, and we're here to have an ample conversation, and we will have some reflections. The main objective is to talk about how we're doing in Latin America today, what expectations are, how optimistic young people are in the future, about the future and the present. In 2050, We hope that one of each, they expect one of 4 people in the world will have born in Africa, and 25% will be elder people. So we are going into an important segment of the population in that same sense, as we see in inherited inequalities. 50% of wealth is concentrated in 1% of the population, and 77% of sorry, I wrote it down. And 50% of poorest people is concentrated in 1%, and the highest 10% in 77% of the region. So there are systemic conditions that are affecting this condition. Mental health, of course, is one of the main causes for suicide. So we have an important scenario to think about. And this has also led us to have young people who raise their voice. Rocío is one of them. It's very interesting because she's from Santiago de Cali, and now we're in Santiago de Cali, so we can think of a conversation between Santiago and Santiago. So to talk about this, this raising their voice for young people who are talking more about gender, about climate change, about green agenda, math, about sports. Youth wants to be part of building new realities and alternative solutions. So in this scenario, we will start, I would like to start with you, Jorge, because I would like to know about this context that you could give of Latin America in terms of socio-demographic part of young people, and maybe you can talk about Chile to have some important data and the behavior that there is in socio-demographic development for young people.
Eddie, y luego lo primero agradecer a la CAF por la invitación y el espacio que ofrece a la CEPAL y a la División de Población, CELADE, que es donde yo trabajo. Desde luego, el hecho que la CEPAL hable en materia de jóvenes, y yo no me siento autorizado a usar esa condición. Ya viví esa etapa y la recuerdo con mucha nostalgia, fue realmente una etapa muy intensa, pero como institución, nosotros desde hace largo tiempo en la CEPAL tenemos una trayectoria de investigación y también de asistencia técnica y de acción y apoyo a la acción en materia de juventud. Recuerdo cuando yo entraba a la CEPAL, que fue bastante tiempo atrás, que Adolfo Gurrieri en la División de Desarrollo Social hablaba de la marginalidad entre los jóvenes. Luego vino Rubén Gassman, por ejemplo, con Fernando Filgueira, que aludió a lo que ellos llamaron las claves generacionales de la exclusión y la inclusión laboral en particular. Luego tuvimos a John Darston, todos ellos en la División de Desarrollo Social, que nos ilustró sobre 8 tesis cerradas de la juventud a partir de datos en los inicios del siglo XXI. Y más recientemente tuvimos a un director de la División de Desarrollo Social, a Martin Hoppenheim, a quien voy a retomar en mi presentación, quien expuso un conjunto de lo que él llamaría paradojas de la juventud en varios artículos que fueron diseminados a nivel latinoamericano y mundial. Más recientemente, mis colegas Heidi Ullman Heidi y la punto focal de CEPAL en juventud han recogido ese testimonio y siguen trabajando fuertemente. Me refería a Daniela Truco en particular. Creo que la invitación que nos hicieron a CELADE a presentar se debe a que tenemos también una trayectoria en el tema de jóvenes y básicamente en el tema sociodemográfico. Y entonces voy a pasar rápidamente a dar algunos números. Y ese va a ser mi aporte en esta pasada, algunos mensajes basados en datos, sin llenarlos de datos, pero tratando de hacer que los datos hablen, para en la segunda parte concentrarme en un tema específico que espero sea del interés en particular de los y las jóvenes aquí presentes. En términos de números, estamos hablando en América Latina de una población del orden de 665 millones, 670 millones de personas en la actualidad, y como ya se ha dicho, 160 millones de jóvenes.
no es
of young adults.
ese porcentaje, el 24% aproximadamente que tenemos en la actualidad, el máximo histórico. De hecho, por la transición demográfica que ha vivido la región, los jóvenes ya tenían un porcentaje de relevancia y de importancia mucho mayor en la década de los 80, cuando llegaron a ser cerca del 30% de la población. ¿Por qué está disminuyendo este porcentaje de jóvenes? Básicamente por la transición demográfica. Y esperamos que la población total siga creciendo por lo menos 2 o 3 décadas más, mientras que la población juvenil, estos 160 millones que yo les hablé, ya está estabilizada. De hecho, alcanzamos nuestro máximo nivel como región en una población del orden de 161 millones, lo alcanzamos en 2017. Entonces lo que queda es una reducción paulatina de la cantidad de población joven, y por esa población me refiero a la que tiene entre 15 y 29 años, y también del porcentaje. Pero ahí viene la primera paradoja que me interesa instalar usando esa expresión que también en su momento utilizara Martin Oppenheimer. Los números para efectos de protagonismo política y de importancia social no son lo más relevante. En realidad lo que realmente importa son, por una parte, las necesidades, los déficits, la conciencia sobre todo lo que hay que mejorar, y lo que es fundamentalísimo, son los derechos. Y en ese ámbito, los derechos juveniles han logrado una priorización creciente en las agendas, y eso permite insistir en que el papel protagónico de la juventud en las agendas sociales no solo está consolidado, sino que va a persistir más allá de los números que vayan reduciéndose. En segundo término, ya en un componente más de perfil, tenemos que los jóvenes comparten algunos elementos con la población total, ¿no? Son más o menos lo mismo urbano que la población total. Estamos hablando de una región extremadamente urbanizada, 80% de los jóvenes también tienen en general un patrón de localización que es un poquito más metropolitano, porque para ellos las metrópolis significan oportunidades y significan todavía atracción. Tienen un perfil de mortalidad que es distinto, eso sí, al el resto de la población, por ser esta edad una de menor riesgo de mortalidad. Pero ahí aparece una paradoja a la que me voy a referir un ratito más. Y finalmente, desde el punto de vista también demográfico, tienen lo que podríamos llamar una mayor propensión migratoria. Son parte importante de las personas que se mueven, tanto entre los países como dentro de los países, porque están justamente en la etapa vital donde se toman decisiones que gatillan migración. Ahora, y con esto termino, hay otras características del perfil que son extremadamente importantes. Y aquí la palabra clave es la paradoja. Porque respecto a las generaciones previas, tenemos a jóvenes que hoy día son mucho más educados, alfabetizados digitalmente, con mejor acceso a condiciones de salud. Todas elementos que aparentemente hacen de los jóvenes un
all aspects that should make young adults that should be at better standing than prior generations. But at the same time, we have
exclusión laboral, ¿no? Como
labor exclusion, as said by Alberto Arenas, that affects them quite strongly, and job precarity that also affects them quite strongly, and a lack of taking into consideration their educational
la acumulación
background,
de escolaridad, de conocimiento y de formación que han tenido. Entonces, quisiera resaltar este elemento
to highlight this paradox, because this is a very important issue to identify the reality of youth.
En América Latina, ¿no? Que por un lado se
on the one hand, they are presented, they have better conditions in many areas, but continue to hit barriers that stigmatize them.
El esfuerzo, aquí estamos tomando nota atenta. Creo que parte del esfuerzo de este
Part of the
escenario
effort of this scenario is start to see how we collect
Me
experiences.
quedo con algo que me llamó la atención. Todos los datos que mencionaste son supremamente importantes en materia de política pública para diseñar programas, estrategias.
To be able to develop public policy strategy, but I'll say what you said is not only enough to know the data, but to put them into action to make them to become guarantees of rights. I talked with Rosillo about what we're doing with the board.
Conversando con un liderazgo bastante importante en los temas que usted está realizando en la plataforma. En el día de ayer acompañé también
Yesterday, I also accompanied the roundtable about a young lab for the youngsters, where I saw the other colleagues from Tremendas, and I think we can talk about several topics. We can talk about young people, about climate change, gender. And I'm quite motivated and surprised by the young people that we have, and also the active role that you're having, how you're raising your voice. So I would like to simply, in this first round, ask you, Rocio, what Tremendas is. And I don't know whether Tremendas has something like claiming because of the word, you know. Tell us a bit about this Tremendas, what it is. Of course. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to welcome you and say and greet everybody who is here. I would like to quickly look who is here. We have school children, adults, and this is very important because like we saw yesterday in the lab of young people where I participated on behalf of Tremendas, the space that young people have as students. There are more and more, but the spaces that we have to share ideas with adults are very few. We are working more and more for there to be more, but this space where we listen to, where we can exchange ideas, are key, because in the end, we young people share ideas every day, which is what we do in Tremendas. We are this movement that is born as a platform of visualization of girls who are transforming the world, and this in the pandemic we became this platform to accompany girls, and then we realized that girls are very interested in starting to change the world, transform the world, and then in Tremendas we made the decision to use this platform of visualization accompaniment to make a platform for change from girls for girls. And today we have the opportunity to talk here, and something that's also very important, not to use up these spaces and initiatives to talk about what we do in Tremendas, what we young people need, but also to exchange ideas with adults who are now in positions of power, so that they can listen to us and they know about their different realities, that maybe not just in a report or a memo. That's why I'm very thankful for this opportunity, because it's what we want to do in Tremendas. We started in health, well-being, gender, inclusive society, science and technology, STEM. Veronica in the previous panel talked about that, role of women in the STEM, where I started in my activism, architecture, environment, of course. And today in Tremendas we have these two academia, which is climate and autonomy, which is science, technology and mathematics for girls from Latin America and the Caribbean, because we believe, that's why I'm very happy to have school children here in their uniform who maybe did not go to class to be able to participate here. So you can also exchange ideas with the people from CAF, with adults. So we hope that you can express your and show your vision, because we believe, and to conclude, that to transform, there are a series of dominoes that have to fall to generate this domino effect, so we can get to our final point. And education in Tremendas is the first domino that starts this series of transformation. But to make that first domino block fall, and so then to have this domino effect, as we call it, we need efforts, we need public policies, we need investment, we need inclusion and visualization.
Thank you.
A very good answer. The word tremendous, you mentioned that, and based on this domino effect, we coined this term because all the girls on the platform are tremendous people. You hear the girls that participate, and we had the opportunity when closing the academy in January. We had Antonia, a girl, 13, from Quillota, from a coastal town, an hour and a half from Santiago, and she talked as how she talked with her mother that science was everywhere. She would say to her mother that science is when we cook, when her mother sows her plants and waters her plants. And as we said before coming to the stage, the girls that we work with are incredible. You realize they are the huge opportunities and capacities that young adults have to transform society. There are people that do want to transform the world and only need a platform and need visibility to give that push to allow them to tell their story, and that is what we do at Tremendous, and that's where we call it tremendous, because we're looking for tremendous change regarding visibility and empowering women. An applause, please.
Muy inspirador, Rocío.
Thank you. Very hopeful, your words. And from Santiago, Chile, we'll move to Santiago de Cali. Victor has a very special story. He was telling me yesterday that 3 years ago, he took a bus from Cali and reached Santiago, Chile, chasing a dream, soccer or football. He has the logo of América de Cali, a football team, and he was chasing his dream. In 3 years again, he is back here, but this time as a panelist to talk about his leadership. Hector, it is an honor to have you here with us. What is in the flag? What does it represent for you? How does it connect with young leadership? And how does it connect with sports? And also, how does it connect with Cali? Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Hector Ovando. I'm a member and president of the foundation, A District in Peace. This is a foundation from the Agua Blanca district that works on a specific concept in Colombia, which is social neighborhoods. And social neighborhoods, what they do is that we, who are members or followers of this football team, we develop actions with football and at our communities. And at our foundation, what we do is to put these activities in practice, regardless of legal frameworks. And to be members of a football following and fans. And when we travel with these banner, and this for us symbolizes the country, Colombia, which is very diverse in terms of football teams, mindsets, ideologies, social class, and how this must represent a unity to work for a better country. Before, I'd like to motivate our friends in Cali who are in the struggle to believe, to not lose faith, because dreams are possible. And from people that are from Los Chorros, Terrón, Agua Blanca, that we have been marginalized, we ourselves can create these spaces to create visibility of what is happening there. And as I mentioned by Eddie, the foundation, A District in Peace, was in Chile 3 years ago, following the Copa Libertadores. But football allowed us to see what was happening in Chile there, and Chile was going through
It's estallido social, it's social unrest. And then we were hit by the pandemic. We were stranded in Santiago, and we started to perform different actions here of humanitarian help, work with the embassy, and to return to Colombia allowed us to connect with other members of the foundation, to not be left in lockdown, but to go to the streets to solve the problems that were caused by the pandemic, which are reflected in the numbers that we've seen. And those numbers, we see them in our daily lives. And to take the streets allows us to understand how these issues transcend football and how to solve problems related with food security, which was affecting us the most, and how to work with Afro communities and indigenous communities, how to bring food to communities and to offer these solutions related to food security. It allowed us to create community orchards and greenhouses. So this has opened our mind and has allowed us to work directly with these territories. And that then gave way to the social unrest in Colombia. And we were able to see, based on the experience in Chile, we were understand that this had a reason. Which is also reflected in the numbers. So that allowed us to make decisions to use football as an excuse to not just complain or to point fingers, but to align with society, especially, for example, with those we have opposed to, for example, business leaders, to have programs and projects and real action in our territory to be able to create transformations. And I think there will be more time to tell more about that. I don't know if I can continue, but no, that was good. Thank you, Hector. It was very inspiring. Very inspiring, and this made a call to action to all the youth in Cali to work for better countries, which we extend to the youth in Latin America to work towards a better region. And you mentioned something that was related to Santiago, that you lived it here, and also that something similar occurred in Colombia, that I like now to hand the floor to Maria Isabel from Pro Pacifico, and with the Ovalle commitment that is comprised by the private sector in the region. They took a position to act in the midst of a crisis in the country from the private sector. Normally, when you think of youth, this conversation between youth and the private sector, it seems to be a distance normally to be able to understand each other. But here we can see a good practice in terms of how to converge on common issues. How did you make this work? Were you able to organize the private sector to look for solutions to the challenges that youth are facing? Yes, thank you for CAF and for creating visibility for the Ovalle commitment. How was it created? Due to the estallido social, the social unrest that occurred in Colombia. Santiago de Cali was the epicenter, at least in Colombia. Many of the images that you saw here, we lived them in Santiago de Cali. And business leaders in our region decided to not stay at home and at their offices, but decided to take the streets in these blocks, because Cali, those that haven't been there, was blocked during 40 days. Blocks, more than 20 roadblocks in the city that did not allow to transit and move within the city. roadblocks that were led by youth, and it was the youth that took that leadership, that voice. And when we started to talk with business leaders, they had communities. They were young adults, but also children, all communities that were claiming, they were telling this reality that we saw in the numbers, communities that after the pandemic, not only caused by the pandemic, but were entrenched for many years, and in these conversations on the streets, when the city was still blocked, business owners of all sizes, because this wasn't one group or one business leader, but also small business owners, large business leaders, and also citizens wanted to help. They asked. And this lack of opportunity, and what the youth were claiming for, had to do with food security, young adults that are in this gray area of formality and informality, and they would say, I have no opportunity. They're not even ninis or ninjas. They have no opportunities of no sorts, and they are all the time struggling against illegality because armed groups are taking them away every day. And young adults that had education, unlike these Chilean numbers, what we see in Colombia is that it's very rare that young adults can reach tertiary or higher education. Young adults don't even finish high school, but we found youth and young adults that had higher education, and they were ninjas. They were looking for jobs and couldn't find any. And also entrepreneurs, not the ones we saw in venture capital, but entrepreneurs that are on the streets selling arepas and doing their thing, that also said, hey, I have no opportunities. I had no opportunities. And finally, leaders such as Hector, who is only one example of the millions of leaders that we're seeing every day in our cities that have a huge capacity to make possible the impossible, And they are self-managed. And he just told in a country that wasn't his, Chile, he sold empanadas, and he had the possibility to generate income. They do that every day. They feed their community, they do things for the community, all self-managed. And they are in these conditions. So with this, business leaders turn to this foundation, among others, and say we have to do something. And to do something doesn't mean everyone does their own thing. That this business does their, company does their donation, but we started to join in this foundation that has favored 40,000 people in our region at the Cauca Valley, at 7 municipalities, being Cali our capital, that has more population, 40,000 people that continue to be insufficient for the magnitude of the problem, but 40,000 people is an amount, is a big amount for an initiative that aggregates the private sector, civil society, and that in some cases we have been able to articulate with the public sector, and also cooperation. And to conclude, the Ovalle commitment, in addition with this tool being able to benefit not only those 40,000, regarding job inclusion, we have employed almost 1,700 young adults that were in this gray area. Young adults that were saying, my only choice is to join a gang. That's why it's important to refer or to talk about inclusive jobs. Entrepreneurs that never before had imagined to go to a mall a posh mall to sell their products, that in 1 weekend they sell what they had sold, what they would sell in 4 months. And entrepreneurs that have the capacity to sell to other businesses that never had imagined before that this was possible. By only connecting, to recognize that together we are stronger, that together, and to not be suspicious of each other because you're the public sector, you're all corrupt, or you're a business owner, but everyone can contribute. We can all contribute to create well-being for our community. Well said.
Thank you, Maria Isabel. I totally agree with you. Many things stick to make possible what's impossible, and also based on what you can see in the experience with young people, there's a reconfiguration of conversation and power relationships. So be able to respond to these problems that are in the economic situations that have disadvantage of those young people who have so much potential for the region. Now let's go to the Pacific. Leiner, it's a pleasure to have you here. One of the things that motivated us, I'm also from Chocó, from the great department of Chocó.
Foto junto al ministro de Hacienda de Colombia, José Antonio Campos, quien además nos acompañó en el marco del directorio. El liderazgo juvenil, parte de las causas históricas que siempre ha tenido es poder tener vocería y representación en los espacios de poder. ¿Qué significa para un joven nacido en el departamento del Chocó hoy en día ser el asesor de una de las carteras más importantes de un país?
Bueno, primero que todo, buenas tardes a todos. Quiero empezar dándole las gracias a CAF por organizar estos encuentros, por promover esas discusiones tan importantes. Es un honor para mí compartir con estos colegas de panel y escuchar esas historias tan motivadoras. De verdad, felicitaciones, es un honor para mí. También saludo a la juventud chilena, un país hermoso, una ciudad hermosa, mucho que aprender en Colombia y más en ese espacio de hacer política pública desde el gobierno nacional. Ese tipo de intercambios permite mucho inspirar también. Digamos, esta semana una de las cosas que conversaba con Eddie es como 2 chocuanos en Santiago, ¿sí? Que no es una foto común, ¿no? No es tan normal que se dé eso. Y un poco para que entendamos, chocuano, quizá acá dirán, pero ¿qué chocuano? ¿Qué Chocó? Chocó es una de las regiones más apartadas del país, está justo en el Pacífico colombiano. A diferencia de Colombia, a diferencia de Chile, Colombia, el Pacífico nuestro en Colombia no tiene esa relevancia que tiene Chile. Y es una paradoja porque es un Pacífico y es un departamento pobre en ingresos, ¿sí? Como en ingresos, pero en biodiversidad y en recursos naturales es de los más ricos del mundo. ¿Sí? Entonces, eso también un poco contrasta con la agenda que ha tenido CAF esta semana en diferentes temas, en índice de pobreza multidimensional, contrasta también en la agenda verde, adaptación, cambio climático, contrasta con los ODS, con un montón de actividades, género, que buscan, digamos, atender. Entonces, el Pacífico, el Chocó, es una región muy marginada en Colombia, con pobreza extrema en cuanto a ingresos, pero con una riqueza alta, digamos, en biodiversidad, en recursos naturales y en capital humano también. Y un ejemplo es, digamos, que esté y que yo pueda hacer también acá, es un ejemplo de capital humano que hay allá que se puede tener en cuenta para abordar problemas del país. Dicho lo anterior, un poco la pregunta de Eddie con relación al Ministerio de Hacienda. Y me ha pasado en muchas ocasiones, y es que uno termina siendo el primero en muchas cosas. Primero en graduarse del programa que estudió en una universidad buena en Colombia, primero en trabajar en cierta área técnica de cierta entidad pública, primero en muchas cosas. Quizá podría pensar uno que wow, es orgullo ser el primero, pero yo lo cuestiono un poco. Yo digo, no debería ser el primero, debería haber muchos más accediendo. Se trata un poco de igualar la cancha, ¿sí? Y eso es lo que un poco está tratando de impulsar CAF, un poco lo que está tratando de impulsar el gobierno actual en Colombia, y es cómo generamos condiciones para que las poblaciones más marginadas puedan realmente igualar la cancha y puedan acceder a oportunidades. No es un tema de falta de capacidades, es un tema más bien de falta de oportunidades, igualar la cancha, recibir educación para poder acceder. Durante los últimos años hemos venido tratando como de avanzar en acciones desde la sociedad civil, desde la academia, para poder también un poco aportar a la discusión de igualar la cancha. Y por eso un poco, al comienzo lo mencionaba, y es el Semillero Pacífico de los Andes, ¿no? Una universidad colombiana. Y en ese Semillero Pacífico encontrábamos hace unos 4 años que de cada 1000 jóvenes egresados de una universidad pública, un colegio, en el Pacífico, en el litoral, de cada 1000, apenas 7 accedían a una universidad. O sea, es un indicador muy fuerte, y por eso un poco lo que empezamos fue a hacer una campaña de donaciones, que de crowdfunding, la más grande que se ha hecho en Colombia, que se reunieron casi $3 millones para financiar estudiantes, digamos, del Pacífico, pelados que se graduaban de un colegio del Pacífico para que estuvieran en una universidad buena como los Andes en Colombia. Y ahí la preocupación era, ¿será que estos chicos pueden acceder a esta universidad? ¿Será que lo pueden hacer? La barrera de ingreso a la universidad era las pruebas Saber 11, que es la prueba que presentan cuando se gradúan de la universidad. Y la sorpresa es que, a pesar de las brechas, la falta de acceso a educación, digamos, de tener educación de calidad, logramos ahora tener 40 estudiantes allá financiados por la beca y con puntajes buenos de pruebas que puedan acceder a la universidad. Entonces, no se trata de bajar los puntajes para que accedan, sino que se trata más bien de acompañarlos para que alcancen el puntaje que se requiere, porque tienen las capacidades. Es un tema de acompañamiento y luego puedan acceder. Entonces, dicho todas estas brechas, todo ese, digamos, el contexto territorial, las brechas territoriales que tiene Colombia, que son profundas, llegar a trabajar o ser el primero en trabajar en un despacho, un ministro de Hacienda, porque los afros han trabajado en cultura en Colombia, han trabajado en deporte, pero que trabajan en finanzas públicas, en formulación de políticas públicas, no es tan común en Colombia, y de verdad es un reto de querer desde ahí, con el liderazgo también del gobierno colombiano, del ministro José Antonio Campo, que también es hijo de esta casa, de CAF, poder trabajar, diseñar y apuntar las políticas que atienda a los jóvenes, pero que también, digamos, busque cerrar esas brechas regionales.
Súper, súper, gracias, querido Leiner. Varias reflexiones ahí que me parecen muy importantes. Necesitamos muchos más, ser muchos más en diferentes espacios, permear diferentes espacios, igualar la cancha para que quede en condición de igualdad y ya no desventaja también. Jugar el partido 11 contra 11. Para ver cómo es la cosa ahí en esos términos. Y lo otro, acceder a oportunidades. Y con esta tercera parte, acceder a oportunidades, quiero volver a Rocío para iniciar nuestra segunda ronda de preguntas. Rocío del Pilar, de Tremendas, para mirar un poco en términos, cuáles han sido, por ejemplo, los resultados más significativos de Tremendas que la hagan sentir, digamos, orgullosas o que el trabajo que están haciendo está dando frutos. Y un par de recomendaciones hacia dónde creen ustedes que se deberían concentrar los esfuerzos de diferentes organismos, incluso nosotros como CAF, para potenciar la agenda joven en la región o aquí en Chile particularmente.
Sí, es una pregunta súper interesante, es algo que hemos estado trabajando en Tremendas desde la pandemia y la vuelta también a la presencialidad. Uno de los resultados más significativos que hemos tenido ha sido la recepción que ha tenido nuestras academias. Son academias climáticas y atómicas, que mencionaba anteriormente, que son academias de formación científica tecnológica una y la otra con respecto al cambio climático, que eran completamente gratuitas, y 2021, que todavía seguíamos con las restricciones para reunirnos de manera presencial, esta se hizo 100% en línea. Entre las dos academias, por ejemplo, el año pasado, el 2022, en la segunda versión, tuvimos más de 1000 niñas que se inscribieron de América Latina y el Caribe. Estos fueron programas de formación que duraron cada uno alrededor de 3 meses, donde las niñas y jóvenes podían participar de clases expositivas y también después ellas creaban su proyecto de triple impacto, que es algo que a mí, que me tocó ser mentora, que también esta academia tenía un acompañamiento, que como mencionaba, el acompañamiento es la clave porque no es suficiente entregarles un curso de formación y, ok, completen estos cursos, hagan estas tareas, vean estos videos, si es que no hay una relación de uno a uno, que también es un poco, que es lo que yo creo que María Isabel ahí nos contaba, que necesitamos reconstruir un poco esta relación entre el sector público-privado y también jóvenes. Yo creo que ahí la clave es el acompañamiento. Yo creo que ahí una de las del mensaje, cómo CAF también puede ayudar, cómo las diferentes entidades pueden ayudar, es seguir impulsando un poco políticas públicas, recursos para la educación, para seguir con este efecto dominó que mencionaba anteriormente, porque si tú le entregas un set de herramientas a una persona, a una niña, a una joven, a una adolescente, ella puede cambiar el mundo. Nosotros no sabemos si es que en esta sala podemos tener a la próxima Marie Curie, al próximo Watson, al próximo Crick, quién sabe, acá puede estar el futuro científico o científica que dé con la cura del cáncer o que pueda ayudarnos a de verdad frenar esta crisis climática. Y nunca lo sabremos si es que no les otorgamos las oportunidades y el acompañamiento para que ellos puedan desarrollar, conocer nuevos temas también, es algo súper importante. Veíamos también en el panel anterior cómo se hablaba de las STEM, la ciencia, la tecnología, las ingenierías y las matemáticas. Y tendemos a ver hoy en día que en el sistema educacional, si es que a ti te gusta, por ejemplo, las ciencias, ¿qué es lo primero que a uno le dicen? Que estudie ingeniería o que estudie medicina. Cuando hay una paleta de carreras que uno puede seguir y que con el mismo objetivo, al final, desarrollarte en el mundo de la ciencia, en el mundo de las matemáticas, de la ingeniería. Hoy tenemos, o sea, mujeres latinoamericanas, niños, niñas que están también adentrándose en el mundo de la astronomía, algo que hace 25, 30 años era algo para un grupo.
20, 30 years was for a select group of society. So we have to finalize where we put our efforts, where do we concentrate investment, accompaniment in young people, education, public policies that enable us to give all girls and boys incidents in the world, not only in the cities, also in rural areas, in the areas where a girl has to walk kilometers to get to their educational establishment, where suddenly there's no water and classes are cancelled and she has to walk back home. A girl who, if for whatever reason the caretaker or can't take care of her, she has to stay home. She has to stay home taking care of their younger brothers and sisters. So many of us here are the oldest child. How many? Well, often have we had the responsibility to, well, I have to go to this meeting or my mom. Over time, she got, because women always have this role to take care. How often, because our mom had to go and do something, she had to go. And we, the eldest children, have to take care of our younger siblings, have to stay home to take care of our younger brothers and sisters. How many opportunities have we lost? How many opportunities young girls have missed because of this? So accompaniment, education, and connectivity. We talked about that yesterday in the laboratory of young people. So I think one of the main efforts that we need to continue with this change, so we have this snowball that can grow, so we can solve each of the other things that we still have pending. Very, very good. Thank you very much, Rocio. Several things they have to work. Maria Isabel wants to enter just 2 minutes to say that you're completely right, and I'm really yesterday because we had the International Day of Women. What you're saying about this care is very important. If we see this, if we want equality, then the countries for public policies really have to focus on care, not only for girls but also for women, for men, for mothers. Only 50% of women who work have children, and we've seen once and once again that men can get a job because a mother doesn't take the job because she has to stay at home, and there is no state subsidy. And of course, this is not so. This is essential, and we have to talk about it. We as women and institutions who really want to work on gender equality, that is where we have to be focused. Sorry for interrupting, but I just had to say this. You know, to continue. Okay, let's go back to this when with the second question, because you mentioned something that's very important: public policies to be able to respond to these challenges that we have in care. Several countries in the region are making progress in this policy, the instrumentalization of this policy, and Rocio is also mentioning something that's very important, which is public policies in matter of education. When we look at this scenario, and one of the best indicators for social mobility is also education, better access to education, and the other one was markets. So I think there is a very important combination in terms of talent, of capitalizes to have. And this leads me to give Jorge the microphone, because we talked about one of those cases. This can qualify as a good practice in matters of public policies and institutions. This indicator of reduction of adolescent pregnancy in the region and the impact that this can have on economic autonomy of women, how this has an impact on a demographic situation, and whether this is considered as a good practice of a decision of public policies from public institutions.
Gracias,
Thank you very much, Eddie.
Efectivamente, el tema del embarazo
indeed, adolescent pregnancy, which indeed appeared in the presentation, the beginning, as one of the components of inherited inequality, has been very important in the region, and for a very clear reason. Behind this situation, several elements get together which make that Latin America has been different. First, because there was this very high fecundation compared to the low levels that we had of total
estaba generando un nivel elevado de reproducción.
So we have a very high reproduction level. Second, inequality. It was not the same situation and exposition to this probability. A girl who, when we're talking about Las Condes, we're talking about Chile, in Las Condes or Vitacura, somebody who lived in Pintana, sometimes there were differences of 20, 30%. The possibility to be a young woman, and the third, a young mother, and the third was rights. When we asked these adolescents whether they wanted to have children at that stage in life, even when they already had a child, when they asked the question, when she was already a mother, even then in that context, most of women said that no, they didn't want to be a mother in adolescence, and they hadn't wanted that child. Of course, when they had the child, they loved it and they wanted to make their family, and they brought them up. But this is fundamental right, basic rights, which is the right to have your child at the moment when you want to have it. These three elements that I've just complementarily made this thing, this theme being visible. So I don't like the word, but often I would like to talk about progress, which is fed politically behind behind this political effort, there was consultation and conviction. And that consultation and conviction came from the element that I've just mentioned, but also from the element which we could call like data, information, scientific, academic component, which also plays an important role. International organizations came, CLAC, UNSTA, OBS, banks, multilateral banks such as CAF, UNICEF, and they defined that this was a central topic for the regional agenda, and that was clearly established in the Agreement of Montevideo about Population and Development, of which the chapter has several measures. And this was also expressed in the SDGs, where goal 5.3, this appears. So there was this consensus that we can call international, which was translated in national actions. And Chile, and with this I conclude this intervention, Chile is maybe one of the best examples of advancing with a state policy, regardless of whether the topic opens frictions, because maybe you talk about consensus, we talk about sexuality, we talk about abortion, about anti-conception, and that generates sometimes certain polarization or discussion. If there is the conviction that that birth rate was a disadvantage, that this birth rate was going against the rights, especially of women, and that could be avoided, then the road was paved for a state policy that comes from 2008, 2009, with goals, with programs, with resources and objectives to reduce the birth rate in adolescents, young pregnancies. Like a panelist from Colombia said, there already is a quite high level of education, and mostly women and men finish secondary school, and that in general is already a good element to reduce adolescent pregnancies. But that's not enough, because previously Chile had already made progress there, and then young pregnancies were already there. So we need a strategy, and this strategy can open friendly and healthy spaces for young under the presidency of Michel Bachelet. We started this, and this continued. So even though the government had a different color, of course there were different nuances, not the same emphasis, but a strategy which was through that changes the rules of the game. And many adolescents who then had to first experience their sexuality hidden, and then always with problems of opportunities and always with problems of access. So, and then all the decisions that could be channeled now through institutions, through these spaces where with trained personnel and in a certain time where adolescents could come. So sometimes they sometimes had to go hidden, because at home they would probably not give them permission. So this was all accompanied by institutional and legal change, which facilitated life for adolescents and that empowered them. And that said, you have these rights that you can exercise, and we could call this a perfect storm. This is the stars aligned, so certain stars enabled for Chile to reduce the adolescent birth rate in 15 years. Was 70 out of 1,000. Now it's 15, which is Chile, for those who don't know. So to convey an indicator that is very clear, previously an adolescent in Chile had a 30% possibility. 1 out of 3 adolescents ended their adolescence as a mother. That was the situation. That was an average. I'm not talking about 1950. I'm talking about the beginning of this century. 30% of adolescents were a mother at the end of their adolescence, and currently we're getting close to 10%. That is the number, and that 30% could have been 50 or 60 in can be 50 or 60 in La Pintana, but also in those areas the number has gone up. But still, the difference differences are there. So we should not consider this a battle won, but there are many elements still that we have to work on, but is undoubtedly a story of progress. Thank you very much. How motivating and inspiring.
No hay que bajar la guardia.
We cannot let our arms down. When there is belief, I like that phrase. And this also has to do with the history of progress. And I also asked Maria Isabel on that of Cali, this of the Ovalle Commitment could be understood as a story of progress based on beliefs. There was a clear decision to have this important moment. How is it understood in terms of that commitment? This happened due to a situation. What is the future of the commitment and the role with young adults? Right, this is the key question that was made by the President of the Republic, no less. And the question is sustainability, because to be completely frank, this started based on a specific situation. There were some specific needs, and as the business sector was civil society, we were going to do something for a certain period of time. But through time, we're able to build this. It's called the Ovalle Commitment, which is a collective impact tool that is demonstrating results and we believe cannot be discarded. Because when something works, you shouldn't have to discard it. Because the answer to your question is that the commitment continues as strong as ever. We are here because we believe that it is a good experience that must be replicated, always with collaboration, because the things that we are doing, food security, employability, these are things that we are working together. This can be teenage pregnancy, can be gender education, can be so many other things. What is important, and the essence, is collaboration. To look at each other without bias, to see what you have, what is your agenda, and to look at each other without aggressiveness. Because this started in a very aggressive situation where the business sector was seen as the villain, the public sector was even worse. There was a level of violence, but now we can talk without blaming each other, because the focus, with recognizing the things that exist, is to do things, is to build together. It is to find this common agenda, because I do feel, and this is a message that I'd like to convey to those that are more activists. Activism is important, but it's also important to do things, to transform activism in something, and to not only believe that public impact, which is important because it's the government that triples, multiplies, but to do things is important, to start to have goals. And that's why many people say, which is a good practice, the commitment is great because you're always showing progress that is done between everyone. We have 10,000, now we have 20,000, now we have 30,000. And that's the other good thing of the business sector, right? Which is each one contributes the best of what they have, because I'm crunching numbers every day, because business leaders are asking me every day, how are we doing? And to not be comfortable just with the stories, but to see if we're improving. And on the other hand, also knowing firsthand the stories that are not seen in the numbers. Part of the conversation, or what made the business leaders that are part of the Ovalle Commitment to join, is that they realized that more had to be done. business owners generated jobs and wealth. They do a lot of important things for society. And they would check those numbers. But when you realize that, for example, numbers are 10, are not just a number, but are thousands of people that are suffering, there you have to go to the streets and to see the reality firsthand. In Colombia, reality is horrendous. But what was more difficult was to realize Cali. Cali is a big city in Colombia, and this reality was happening just minutes away from those, and they were completely unaware of it. So this happens, looking at each other. The commitment will continue, hopefully throughout Colombia, and will continue. We want to have, we believe that with numbers and with experiences, we can form public policies. We continue to work with governments and hopefully to continue to inspire and to incentivize other countries and collectives to connect, to look at each other, and to work together for the common good. Thank you, Melissa. Well, we're concluding then of this segment on young. Later, an important issue has to do with access to credits and financial services that provide opportunities for social mobility. How are we doing there in terms of access to credits to public finances that are seen as a barrier for young adults, and how we can tweak credits and public finance, public funding? Yes, that is a good question, because before this panel, Red mentioned very interesting numbers of social mobility. Interesting data for Colombia. We have an entity that collects data regarding the access to credits. And a particularity is that young adults, and I'll refer to them as 18 to 25 according to surveys, are those that most use Internet. When compared to other age groups, they're the ones that have most access to digital wallets, bank accounts. Even in Colombia, financial access, understood as someone has a mechanism to receive money electronically, is almost 99%. So in that range, young adults have important access, financial access. They can have access to mechanisms to receive funds, but paradoxically, they are the ones that have less access to loans. 57% of young adults have a mechanism to receive funds, but 80% do not have a loan. And what they ask for most are credit cards. They have a first job, they have income, and that is not reflected into financial access. And we know that the access to loans is a clear mechanism to overcome poverty and for creating a business. And what we're doing for the government, this is a task that was delegated to me from the minister. Young adults have access or need expanded access to financial services. In total, there are 4.9 million people as a micro businesses, and 1.1 only have access to loans. To be able to create credits and loans in rural areas and urban 70%, small amounts, small loans. In dollars, it would be about $450 in urban, and up to $900 for agro areas. So the message is that the access to loans is an important mechanism so that the young population, women, and also women have better payment behavior. Women and young adults can access loans, not only personal loans, but also for businesses, and how to articulate this with new businesses to accompany, not only to say that young adults are the future, right? Young adults are the present. We have to promote policies and incentives so that they can access loan, and financial institutions have to rethink how they provide loans. The models have to be reviewed and updated, and have to include variables that allow to include young adults so they can have access to a mechanism to receive money and to promote the access to loans. Thank you, dear Lena. That's very important. What are the sectors that can create mobility and opportunity in terms of access to the young population, and that in Latin America is an issue that is still relegated? So part of the role is to permeate that sector, to make the adaptations to be able to respond and to provide opportunities to this group. And to conclude this panel, dear Hector, I'd like to close with you. What's left? What do we need? One of the lines of action of the strategy that Juan Pablo Salazar will present is sports for development. In your case, it would be sports as an opportunity in terms of sports for peace, sports as a youth strategy. Sports is a key transformation pillar. We are currently working strongly on women's football, and we are creating strategies and alternatives to develop this in our territory, and that through sports and women's football, men's football, we can bring dignity to people. And beyond that, our bet this year, and we're working at it with the Ovalle commitment, is first the issue that through this work we have a physical establishment, and these should provide protective environments for girls and boys so they can develop skills for life. And how leaders have done to work from in to out, because it's a transformation process for foundation leaders, and to apply this methodology to boys and girls through the schools that we have, through the trainings that we provide. And this year we will return them as Young Adults Plus. Where we need to be proactive, and that we're not giving anything away, but we're building the model. And what the Ovalle commitment has shown is that resources reach directly organizations that are in the territory without the bureaucracy, without waiting if a public policy, but doing. And what we need is that young adults have the same point of view of being Young Adults Plus. And what we do is to create young adults so they can be proactive when looking for a job, that they have the capacity to innovate, the capacity to understand or to take their role to a next level, so that entrepreneurs can also innovate and to create strategies to become providers of these businesses, and also in these networks that we are having with other countries to start to export more than what we import. And with that social investment, and if it reaches organizations, that each one so we can strengthen them to access to cooperation through CAF, to have this youth in the end that starts to contribute financially, economically to the country. To have proactive young leaders that participate, that make correct decisions, and with the resources that we have, to be able to do important things, partnering and communicating how we've been able to overcome the social unrest, to export entrepreneurship and also social entrepreneurship. So this is the challenge, and this is what we seek with Jóvenes Plus. And we will start the pilot together with the Ovalle commitment. And we need to have more homes, to have protective environments for young adults. And just as the companies that have been at the Cauca Valley for hundreds of years, so they can continue to be the pillar of Jóvenes Plus. Yes, Latin American Jóvenes Plus. And with that, we conclude our second segment of this day that we've called From Exclusion to Opportunities. Thank you to our panelists for these messages. And we leave you with the conclusions that will be in charge of our dear Paulo Bartol, and we will. I got a bit ahead. Yes, I must say goodbye to you, Eddie. Thank you for having moderated this panel and each one of your members, Marisabel, Leiner, Hector, Jorge, Julieta, and we will give them all an applause.
Vamos a hacer una foto rápida aquí con Chris.
Todos. Venga, me pongo por acá.
Y me ha encantado lo que han dicho, que
I've loved what I've heard, that young adults are not the future, they are the present, and then it is an honor to have you here and to participate in this conversation.
ahora sí empinemos.
And those that are a bit in the back, if you can try to appear in the picture. What a beautiful picture. Now, yes, Paulo Bartol, Manager of Social Human Development of CAF. Thank you. As the Vice President Cristina Sinelli said, we're here since Monday with activities. And on Monday, when we had our meeting on gender, I was seated in the back, and a Chilean next to me that I mentioned that I worked at CAF commented, "Oh, CAF is really different now." This was a organization that was a lover of steel, of cement, of construction. It has changed a lot, and now we're surrounded by tremendous of climate. So this is a CAF that is undergoing change, and that change goes through the minds. And there are now, we have very different people. We have Maria Vallarde, Minister of the Women, Eddie, who you've just seen. And if we're surprised by his hairstyle, you should just wait till you see our next presenter. What we seek now is participation of people that are involved. And for that reason, we have a CAF that has in the first row young adults. It's a different CAF. It would be, on the contrary, full of engineers that are interested in building highways. And what we're talking about is what you are interested in issues that were talked of recently, health, education, opportunities. That is the CAF today, which seeks to have more participation. So it's you, those that make transformation. They talked permeating ideas, permeating society, but of transforming with young adults plus. And that is what CAF wants now, so that you can participate in the transformation that's coming. And that these areas of transformation are so important, are just as important as infrastructure, even more so. So we're very happy to have been able to organize this part of the event, and now the one that's coming too on youth and sports. And I rescue one part mentioned by many, which was the idea of mentoring. Mentoring, well done, has to be done by peers. Effective mentoring in our lives is done by our peers, and that shed light on a path. If you put Messi next to me and teaches me how to play football, I'll say, yay, but you're Messi. But if you put a bit, with a bit rounder person next to me with similar skills and he can explain me how to play football, he'll probably convince me to give more effort because he's more similar to me. This is what we want, to push forward these programs, this mentoring, because a lot of these changes is not enough to provide opportunities and access. We also need that plus, that final nudge that convinces me to take a chance. We believe many times that we are less than what we could be. So that mentorship, we see it as key and will be in all our programs. And as the girls from Tremendous said, training is also driven by CAF, and this is why we advocate for training computer skills also at a school level, because if we want boys and girls in STEM, that has to be created from early ages to show them that they have the same possibilities as any other to enter these STEM careers. This is a path that is being implemented in Argentina. We have higher education training that has 4 areas of intervention focused on those: logistics for Panama, tourism, hotels, businesses, and digital. They have defined these 4 areas and has a wonderful institution, 100,000 square meters with new programs. In Ecuador, the board 2 days ago approved a very large loan, and part of them is for transformations, for secondary education aimed at technical careers. So where we'll be is where Latin America needs us, to enable transformations, to give better opportunities to young adults so they can go further and to use all the wonderful future that's ahead. So this is the new CAF. Thank you for participating with us in this event, and now the one that comes with Juan Pablo and all his activity. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a Pablo.
Thank you, Pablo Bartole. We conclude now the third part of this day. It's very important and touches us very particularly, because what we've done now is the launch of the strategies from the Gender Management Unit that seeks to promote recognition of ethnicity and the inclusion of people with disabilities as drivers for change in our region, something that we still have pending. So without further ado, we invite Mr. Juan Pablo Salazar and Eddie Marcelin, coordinator of the Agenda of Inclusion and Diversity. We'll receive them with a warm applause.
Hola.
Hola.
Perdón, quiero pedirles a los que estén de pie que se sienten para que no tengamos esta sala tan vacía para un tema que es tan relevante y bueno, es importante que nuestros expositores también se sientan acompañados por usted.
We invite everyone to, those that are standing, to please take seats, the ones that are available.
Listo.
¿Nos queda energía para uno más?
Do we still have some energy left?
Vamos a verlo. Bueno, rueda el
Let's see
primer
that.
video.
Roll video, please. We'll work at a place where nobody's left behind. You'll be applying. We'll have the people for the new world. The AI chat APP personified an ultra-realistic robots fabricated in Latin America and the Caribbean. Do they know of human issues such as inclusion and diversity? Can they predict the strategy that CAF has for each one of these agendas? These and other answers today in It's Now to Take This Seriously. And to present our new show, Is Now to Take Us Seriously, let's receive with an applause our host. Showtimes, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're here gathered today to play. It's now to take ourselves seriously. A show to present the strategies of gender equality, ethnic diversity, and the inclusion of persons with disability that CAF has for the region. But it is time to take us seriously. It is not only that. It is also a contest to evaluate how much do we know in Latin America and the Caribbean about the paths to become better societies.
Well, this is a different competition because the winner is who doesn't leave anybody behind. Those communities that were left behind traditionally, like women and girls, people with disabilities, Afro-descendant and indigenous people. So now we have to take everything seriously. Competition so that the countries from Latin America and the Caribbean once and for all become this new world that we so much wish for.
Bueno.
Well, welcome to It's Hora de Tomar Cosas en Serio. I coordinate inclusion of people with disabilities in CAF. A special greeting for the President of the Olympic Committee, Sebastián Villavicencio, the Director of Senani and good friend, Daniel Concha, and of course, my colleagues from CAF, great Vice President Cristina Sinelo, and Ana Vallarde, Manager of Gender Inclusion and Diversity. So why are we here? Why am I using up your lunch time to launch a strategy for a bank? Well, you should be understood. We have to understand that this gender is like a role play. Governments have a role, civil society plays a role, academia plays a role, and private companies play a role, and multilateral companies as well. And there are nuances here. We've got the World Bank, we've got the IDB, and we also do things. What we do, we've based on the consultations that we've done with civil society, the particularities of our region, and of course with the capacities and the tools that the bank has. So the first important thing is how to tell the world, tell the region, what is this secret that we have, potion that we have invented in CAF to support the countries in these two important agendas. That's the first purpose of a strategic document. The second is to do some pedagogy, because not everybody understands what ethnico-racial diversity and people with disabilities is about. It's just human rights. How is this done, etc. So these strategic documents tend to do that job as well. Why? Because we have to persuade many actors, stakeholders in the governments, in the banks, and this is not always easy. And sometimes it doesn't work because these agendas have a common sin, a recurring sin, because we predicate we preach a lot to who doesn't listen. I don't have to tell Sebastian, sports for people with disabilities is very an important tool. They know. If I have to explain this to companies that has nothing to do with them, to young people who don't think they have anything to do with also colleagues from other areas in the banks, if everybody says, "Oh yeah, right, I don't know that this was like this," and so they have to be surprised. No, this is also is our job. This is also has to do something with us, and I didn't know this. So for that purpose, well, we can't just send them a PDF and say, okay, I'll read this, and if you want to ask questions, we've got 10, 15 days. But we have to do this differently. So that's why we decided to do a multimedia, to do something different, to teach this, to show a little bit what the agendas are about, so that people, of course, won't be experts in inclusion with people with disabilities, nor ethnic or racial diversity, because they read our strategy, but of course they will have questions, and then they will know a bit more about the agendas. That's the purpose for today. So we will go to the... we will keep this brief, because I know I'm between you and lunch, and we will just touch upon what's most important, but this is a summary of what we will do today, like half an hour. So in Panama, a few weeks ago, we did this one in the 1.0. Now this could be 2.0. A year ago, we launched a gender strategy where I learned a lot. I'm now very clear on physical autonomy, political autonomy, and economic. And you have to know them and also to apply them. But today we will concentrate on inclusion of people with disability and ethnic or racial diversity of CAF. And the complete cycle of Ana Vallardi's inclusion theory. Yes, so we're ready. So there is some kind of symmetry I would like to mention. So how does this work at CAF? We have management of Ana Vallardi with 3 coordinations: gender, ethnico-racial diversity, and inclusion of people with disabilities. So these are 3 poles, and these poles each has 3 working pillars. We've just mentioned the 3 pillars of gender, and we've got 3 of his and 3 of mine. So this is what's on the menu today. So let's begin with ethnico-racial diversity. We will see the first video now. Video roll. Let's applaud for our host. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. In English, in Spanish and Portuguese, again, we are here in It's Time to Take Diversity Seriously. And to understand ethnic or racial diversity, I would like to start by asking you a question. If somebody gives somebody else their back, turns their back on somebody, are they taking it seriously? Well, we all know that that's not the case, right? However, in some places more, in some places less, is what has been done in Latin America and Caribbean with the Afro-descendant and indigenous community. According to the data of the World Bank, in practically all countries of the region, percentage of the population that lives in poor areas of favelas is higher for Afro-descendant people. On the other hand, for CEPAL, lack of drinking water is also higher in both communities. So the Afro-descendant and indigenous population have less social mobility, less possibility to have their own house, and more likelihood to live under the line of extreme poverty. Finally, they have fewer possibilities to credits in the financial sector and a lot less access to technology and the digital world. So, do you understand? But this is nothing new, ladies and gentlemen. This is something that you already knew. And here it's time to take things seriously. We have to be serious. This competition is to motivate you. So, the show is about not turning our back on anybody. We have to leave the models of an excluding society and go towards diversity and society 5.0, inclusive and advanced, diverse. In other words, the Society 5.0 is a model of society that's modern and not racist, which put ethnical, racial diversity at the center of conversation. So we have to mobilize the agendas of your countries and use the possibilities and technology to integrate Afro-descendant and indigenous communities, especially to behave like development actors. At CAF, we have developed a strategy of 3 pillars to develop this. We will present this to you so that we have equal, connected, and societies free of discrimination is the goal of this competition. So we will interview 3 guests. Welcome to the new world. You are all invited to this program of CAF to build societies where nobody is left behind. Welcome to our show. It's time to take diversity in seriously. All together. So one of the topics that we faced when we started diversity at CAF and the conversations that we had internally was, where can we add value? What does it mean for CAF to have a strategy in this 2021st century? Without forgetting that CAF had already had quite lots of actions and projects and results in this sense. And what we decided was to start understanding the capacities that the bank already had built and to understand where we could have opportunities to generate added value, but also differentiate from other multilaterals and sectors to understand what was happening with the agendas of these communities along its history, and also to understand the advantages of the Society 5.0. This is a concept that has been growing strong because it's moving societies, and what we wanted to start thinking of is where can we contribute with significant results? What can we do so that in this new challenge of the society that we always connected societies, digital, including and technological, the populations that were historically excluded, so that they are not again in this condition of disadvantage in this this challenge of the humanity, and therefore we started talking about Society 5.0. So we have to start about technology, inclusion. We also added topics related to diversity, sustainability, and anti-racism. So this will be an important call for attention. I want to share how we connect our agenda with the agenda of the bank. How do we connect this with the strategy of CAF? So the 2 purposes that have been suggested by the executive presidents. And I also wanted to mention 5 of the strategic points: biodiversity and climate change, energy transition and infrastructure, culture, society and economy, interregional topics, and I would like to climate change is the first one, protection of biodiversity, especially in Latin America. In collective indigenous territories, 35% are in these areas. Energy transition and infrastructure, very important in the community. 14% of coal is concentrated in indigenous territory. Cities, 80% of the Afro-descendant populations in Latin America are in cities, and almost 50% of indigenous populations live in the urban areas. Regional integration around the region, many indigenous, maybe several hundreds people live in our region. One of the areas with most biodiversity of the region, migration, 35% of migration arriving at the region comes from African countries, and they're concentrating in the south of the region, Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile. And what is very clear, private sector, it's been proven that companies that have policies and strategies of diversity increase opportunities and income by 30% and more creative and innovative. And of course, what we want to push in CAF are private investment funds to give a backup and support this kind of initiatives. So we have a first opportunity we want to use. How do we connect agenda with the corporate lines of the bank? And the other thing is, what I want to mention is the ecological framework that we're working on. A logical framework that responds 3 areas of development: institutional capacities, opportunities, and guarantees of rights. There are several here. We won't mention all of them, but this is connected with the future vision that we want to build. Basically, what the pandemic taught us is that ethnic groups in Latin America, when there are crises, are the ones that are most vulnerable. But the region has productivity and prosperity. These are also the last ones to receive these opportunities. So here we concentrate on the perspective that we want to build. We want to build a perspective that helped so those new challenges that our society has, that these populations are not, that there are not more inequality. The video again. We have to take things serious. Welcome, it's time to take diversity seriously. Now we will have 3 participants who will compete in the 3 pillars of the ethnic racial diversity of CAF. Each one of them is in artificial intelligence, and they have to answer 5 questions. If they answer properly, they'll have to see word by word what their pillar is. If they answer wrong, then they just lost. They're gone. In the end, it's technology, just science, ladies and gentlemen. So we will be recording their answers. Our first participant is Luciana Natas, an artificial intelligence from Brazil. Uma inteligência artificial brasileira. If she answers our 5 questions properly, we will know the first pillar, so that Latin America and the Caribbean can become society 5.0. Hello, Lucia. How are you today? How are you? I'm okay. She wants to say that she's a bit, rusty, maybe because it's raining here, but she's okay. Well, Lucia, do you want to take everything taken seriously? No, I just want to say, are you ready to play? Let's take things seriously. Yes, I'm ready. Yes, I'm definitely ready. So let's play to discover the first pillar of CAF for the strategy of ethnic-racial inclusion in the region. So extreme monetary poverty in areas with a lower income than $3.5 touches the ethnic Afro-descendant area or indigenous. Could you mention 5 points that affects this? You've got 1 minute to answer. The extreme monetary poverty rate is 3 times higher for African descendants in Brazil and in Ecuador as compared to the non-African descendants, which is 4.5 and 7%, and double in Colombia, 19% against 11%, and in Peru, 11% against 5%. According to the World Bank, the unemployment rate for African descendants in Latin America is 13%, double of the non-Afro descendants, which is 6%. and the workers who do non-qualified work, 75% in African descendants and lower than in non-African descendants. That answer is correct. So, very good. Well, Lucia, the next question is the same, but with indigenous population, for indigenous populations. Impossible. I don't understand. You're a robot. You have not have got that right to say. You said it was 5 questions, and you were asking how I was. I answered. Then you said whether I want to take something serious, and I also answered. And then whether I prepared to play, and then I also answered. And then whether I was ready, and then I said also, and then you asked me about the data for the about the gaps, and I also answered. So I've won. I've answered 5 questions, but the first questions were not part of the game. Oh, well, you didn't say that. Well, I'm in artificial intelligence, and I do know the CAF helps the countries from the region to create differentiated frameworks so that the Afro-Indigenous people in the region can have more opportunities, and they will also develop operations specific that directly impact ethnic populations, but also that helps to implement the ethnical agenda of CAF, even if they have no operations in the population. So they will have more access to dignified and modern life of these societies and of these cities. Well, Lucia is right. We don't need artificial intelligence very advanced to understand that we have to count properly. What we don't count well doesn't exist and can't be dealt with. So we need better tools to gather information that enables these communities to be more visible. So the first pillar of the ethnic-racial pillar of CAF is diversity data, better frameworks for better public policies. Well, there are several things we can say. Of course, the indigenous answer, because Lucy, of course, had already answered the first questions, but there are 400,000 people, represent 6% of the world population. Region, there are 55 million indigenous people that represent 8 or 10% of the region. They represent 14% of powers and 70% of the extremely poor. 31% of salary gaps between men and women affect the indigenous people. The gaps in natural gender increase in this intersection when a woman is indigenous or from indigenous people. These are the data regarding the gaps with indigenous people.
We could look at these data. This could have been called in different ways, but we want to put an indicator that would give light on what we're going to do, which is better framework for better policies. This is a concrete thing. What we want to do is to support, to drive the creation of public policies that firstly allow to have more access to a life with dignity. What we're doing in Argentina, called the Arraigo Project for original people groups. They want to apply the MOU signed recently with ACLAC, and we want to drive an update of the data registries in the region. 20 years ago in Latin America, only 2 countries had included in their census the variable of ethnicity. Now 21 have included it. And this is very important because data account for not only how much are, but what conditions they have to improve public policies. Third, to apply the agenda throughout CAF. We need to develop this within our organization. This is connected to training and also to create better manuals, to create guardrails, and to improve them in different sectors to do this all together. And the fourth point, to development operations that impact directly ethnic groups. We're doing this now in the case of Colombia with the Prosperity Fund, focused in the Caribbean and the Pacific, where there is more participation of these communities in this group. We have other areas in the links, but I'll go to the second point. And these videos that illustrate the next axis within the virtual PDF that we'll have available for the strategy. The second one, better alliances to develop by entity. Somebody told me once that ethnic issues are ethical issues, humanitarian issues. These are common agendas. This is a task that has to be responded together. To develop this with identity, with pertinence, and with purpose between civil society. We're working with the UN to sign the agreement that we're going to work different aspects to drive the agenda. Second, with the private sector, many things to show the connection between the private sector with the ethnic agenda to create jobs, more creativity, and especially so we can have capacities to create initiatives that back the entrepreneurships that occur in communities, that support initiatives. And the academic center is an important issue because this has a role not only as the creation of knowledge, but also as strengthening and training of human talent. And there we want to connect that. And the last axis that we're going to work on, as we said, is a tribute to the RED. RED was quite solid in showing that ethnic groups who had the least amount of social mobility. And this pillar is modernization for social mobility in ethnic groups in Latin America. Four concrete topics here: employment and technological development. We're doing a bit of that. The project that we're going to do in Brazil with the financial inclusion program for indigenous groups in the Amazon region, Brazil, in the state of Pará that we're working on now, visibility and recognition. Many of the issues related against discrimination and exclusion have to do with the unawareness that exists in large amounts of the population regarding the contribution that these communities have made. And we want to focus our efforts there. And a third issue, regional integration in multinational corridors. From CAF, part of what we do in regional integration is to understand this as logistical corridors. We have more than 800 populations in the region, throughout the region, and we have an issue regarding the African diaspora, and it plays a key role regarding regional cohesion. In particular case, 55 million of Latinos live in the United States. Those are an important aspect of regional integration, where this has to do with economic participation. How much of those 15 millions participate in this region? And four, to foment an integrated cultural market. As mentioned before, a key element of social mobility is participation in the labor market. We want to drive strategies that not only allow to foment employment, but also to make progress in strategies that help to create a private sector, to create businesses from knowledge, from practices in the community, so they can have opportunities to have their own businesses, but also to create income and also their insertion in the labor market. And with that, we're going to work at CLAF. And we want to be at the forefront of this conversation. And throughout this time, CAF has built an important structure to mobilize this agenda. We want to have the partnerships that we have. We're doing important things in this year, and we'll consolidate these. We want to talk of 5.0 societies, societies that are inclusive, but are diverse and anti-racist. And these three pillars will be key for us. We'll work on them strongly, and everyone is invited to join this common effort to make Latin America a region that understands diversity as drivers for economic development.
Bueno, ¿qué tal? ¿Qué tal, Eli? Tremenda estrategia.
Great strategy, right? Our couldn't be left aside. So, in the multimedia that we're going to link for you, I'll make you the preview. We'll only see the intro video of the inclusion of persons with disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, the Great Salon, New World, welcomes. It's time to take disability seriously. A contest where nobody is left behind, nor is hurt. Let's receive with an applause our host. Showtimes, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are here together to play. It is now time to take disabilities seriously, to address the inclusion of persons with disability in Latin America and the Caribbean. Why does a multilateral bank like CAF and why a region like Latin America and the Caribbean should take seriously this issue? Well, first, 13% of the population in our region has some type of disability. And no country in the world can aspire to be a developed country if they leave 13% of the population behind. To change the old models of discrimination to new models of human rights is not only morally compelling, but it's profitable. And third, that all countries in the region ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. And it's CAF's job to enforce this mandate. So if inclusion is fair, profitable, and legally binding, why is it so much left to be done in our region to have truly inclusive societies? Well, because many are connected to old anachronic discriminatory models, such as the presidency, that conceive persons with disabilities as disposable. It's worth noting that the medical paradigm that only considers disability as a health issue. Unfortunately, this model is still common today. There are places where all disability policies consist in establishing rehabilitation clinics or guaranteeing medical attention with persons with disability, without understanding that this goes further and that disability is not a disease. Fortunately, the social model that is part of the sustainable goals of the UN is the same model that all societies are aiming at today. This paradigm understands disability as an addition of a barrier plus deficiency, which implies that if the barrier disappears, the disability stops existing. This model, which seeks to include persons with disabilities, guaranteeing their rights, places focus on where it should be, that is, to eliminate barriers, to promote inclusion from states and society for people with disabilities. This because the real problems are not born that people cannot see, walk, or hear. The real problems arise from barriers that make people with disabilities cannot move, work, produce, learn, or relate with others. Very well. The point is that our countries and CAF can help to solve these problems if they apply the social model and eliminate physical, legal, and cultural barriers present in our society. It is a model with a transformative effect that provides dignity and is also profitable. But of that, we will talk further ahead. Very well. It's time to take disability seriously, which is the same. A show that will teach us to show what are the strategies of CAF to include people with disabilities, to present this strategy and its 3 pillars to reach equal and inclusive societies. And we'll do this interviewing 3 special guests. Tonight is the time to take disabilities seriously. Welcome to the contest where we evaluate how much do we know of the paths so that countries in Latin America and the Caribbean can become in truly possible societies for everyone. We'll be back. So, that is the basic training that just as because there's civil society, civil rights movements take decades. And it's not enough to have a policy. There was a public policy, and so that the culture can meet it with what is written, that takes decades. So just to realize that we are in 1975, where we were in the civil rights movement. The Civil Rights Act was created in 1964, or 10 years after. That convention from the UN is from 2008. We are 15 years now. And that's beautiful. That means that we are the generation that will go from the medical model to the human rights model. That is, we are the first in saying legally, maybe culture hasn't caught up, that disability is not to have a wheelchair to be blind, but to be blind, plus the software that doesn't transform images and audio, or to be in a wheelchair, plus the public transportation system that is not accessible. If you don't have those 2 ingredients, there is only the disability. For me, with only that message, if everyone knows that, that is great. Again, to eliminate barriers that are physical, but also the behavior, which are the most aggressive ones. So the show starts there, and there it develops the 3 pillars to interviews 3 AIs. Each one represents each one of the 3 pillars. But I'll tell them to you. The first pillar is like the hardware of the problem. It's universal access. We've called it Latin America and Caribbean to right. And we want cities with right, or to straighten cities. It means that by helping cities in Latin America to have universal access, people with disabilities can reach point A to point B. And that with that sounds simple, is huge, because if I cannot leave my home, I cannot exercise my right, for example, to receive education, to work, my right to health. So the first pillar that CAF must take seriously is Latin America and the Caribbean, to straighten them. What does CAF do exactly, and what is the theory of change? Why isn't it accessible in Latin American cities? They're not accessible because the historical debt is so large, the challenge is so big, that any mayor that will say, I want to take this seriously, has no more agenda. I will only focus on universal access. They do not have enough budget nor enough time to have complete universal access. So when you have such a huge problem, nothing is done. Now, what is the technique to address this? To transform them into smaller bits. So that's what we're going to do from CAF. We're going to provide cities master access plans. So, for example, Santiago, or Medellín, Bogotá, Tegucigalpa. Start by saying, Mayor, with technical skills, we're going to show you that your city will take 30 years to be 100% accessible. These are the changes. These are the costs. These are the regulatory changes that you must make. These are the financial strategies to provide funding through time. So when you know the road, you say, ready, I understand the problem. What is my part? If you do your first part, this is how and we go bit by bit and we're able to straighten Latin America. Those are the instruments from the bank with technical assistance and with credit loans for cities. Once we have that hardware, I can leave my home, go from point A to point B. The second pillar would be related to other rights. That pillar is called inclusive communities or community inclusion. This is once people have access, especially in territories and in provinces, we find three problems that affect persons with disability. First, territories do not have a good offering of services, public services. Not all municipalities have inclusive school, inclusive hospitals, or knowledge how to provide inclusive justice. There's a problem in the offering. Also problems in the demand. Persons with disabilities and their families many times do not know how to navigate the system to access their rights. Nor sometimes they are aware that they have rights. Sometimes they're recluded in their homes and they say they could, and they many times do not even know that they have the right to study. So what is the strategy or the solution that we think of is called inclusion towers. What are these? These are airport traffic control towers. We're going to have control towers that radar to large areas where they centralize all information, so that people with disabilities can go to one place to tell them, well, schools that are inclusive, that are this one, the health service that is good for you is this one, your transportation subsidy is this one. But more than an information center, it's a support system, because CAF will also provide improvement plans for municipalities to improve that offering problem, so that schools to be inclusive, to support justice systems so they can be inclusive. And third, the third problem that we have identified is that many times the central governments do not have the information of what is happening in their territories. They don't know of the offering nor the demand. So with inclusion towers, we're going to map all this, provide digital tools to central governments so they can have the state-of-the-art of that offering and of that demand, so that they can make informed decisions when developing budgets, prioritize public policies, among others. We're very proud of officially saying that the board has approved a credit loan for $300 million for Argentina to apply these inclusion towers, at least one part of them. Part of the loan will be for creating these towers, to create the services, and we believe it's a solution that can work in the rest of the region. We want to be members of the region to replicate these towers, inclusion towers, throughout our continent. That's the second pillar. The third pillar, if we have the hardware and I have the rights, what is missing? The software, the cultural part. If the rest of the people that do not have disability, with all the good intentions, but with ignorance, they're placing cultural barriers when giving employment or inviting them to their homes, and all these things that make us human. And what I've seen and I've lived is that there isn't any better tool than sports for persons with disability to change paradigms. Sebastián Delco knows about this. When we are fighting against 2,000 years of a paradigm where people are seen as subjects of charity, it's very difficult to change that mindset. But if I turn on the TV and I see them winning medals and behind the Chilean flag and listening to the national anthem at Tokyo, right? And then you realize, oh, these are not panhandlers or subjects of charity. And we believe sports is magical in this sense, and this is why we want to support the countries in the region in two areas. The first is sports development. It is a project that we are developing in Chile together with the Ministry of Sports, of Senadis, the Copachi, that are also part of our partners, to have a social subsidy or transfer program that seeks a way to finance from the private sector the social results of inclusion through sports. That is what I felt in my skin and that I talk of now. We're demonstrating the cause, that we're connecting wires of how sports for people with disability drives the sustainable development goals. That on the one hand, and we're doing that in Chile now. Secondly, from CAF, we want to support hosting countries. That is, if Santiago is holding Pan American Games, or Pan American Games, we are the best partners for you so that these games are not a 15-day celebration, but a transformation of cities in a social, culture, economic sense. So every time that there are games, we can be your partners to work on legacy projects in all these areas. So these are our three pillars. Again, universal access that is being done in Bogota, inclusion towers that we are developing them in Argentina, and sports for development that is being developed in Chile. So these are strategies that are ready, that are in the kitchen, and we hope to take to other corners of Latin America. Thank you.
JP. Dilo, viejo Eddie. ¿Qué tal si invitamos
What if we invite the man who also made a bet for us, the great one, Cristian Asinelli? Well, I broke with protocol now here. Well, it's difficult to talk after what you presented, and we would really like to continue seeing this video. We will all do that when we leave here. Thank you very much, Daniel and Sebastián, for being with us here. It's very important for you to be present here and to show your support to this kind of policies. Instead of, just starting to film, please come here, Daniel, as well. There may be another manager of the team, Alicia, of course. Please come to the stage. Why? Because this is like the end of 4 days of work that we did together. Annelina, Brenda, Alejandra. Oh, stop checking your WhatsApp. Please come here. Well, of course, our representatives in Colombia and in Chile, they can also come here. Why not? Please stop filming, stop taking pictures. Alina, please come here. There won't be anybody left in the audience. They'll all be here on stage. Please come here, because I think this is the end and what we want to show here. Andres wanted to go out for a run for CAF, and then he ended up injured. He's very... Yeah. Ernesto, please come on stage. Of course, I'm forgetting some of the directors of CAF. Natalie, I think she already left. She had a plane to catch. So there is not much more to say after this proof of creativity. It's March 9th. Last year, we launched the gender strategy in Paraguay. I think we did very well. We're finishing now here, but we started these 4 days of events where we had young people, sports, inclusion, diversity, female mayors, the private sector, business people, all the work that was done with these 21 activities, more than 1,200 people, and all those who watched us online. And now we are concluding with the strategy that we are presenting, the strategy for diversity and inclusion. I don't think it's just a coincidence, because we take these things seriously, and we took it up with humor, of course, but I think we are taking these things very seriously, and inclusion and diversity have to be represented here, and they're represented here with the directive team of CAF, the management team, which I think, of course, is the result of the strategy that we launched a year ago. The president of CAF had to take a plane, and he had to get somewhere else. As you know, that connections sometimes are very complex. And he can't be here in person, but he's in our heart, because he's the person who is leading and conducting this process. So I'm sure that he'll be very happy that we are doing this all together at the end. Then we just put him back here on Photoshop. We'll put him here in between us. And then with artificial intelligence, we can put him into the picture. Can you do that? Okay, I'll do that. So without Sergio, this strategy for diversity and inclusion and gender, he would not have been possible, because he's the first one to wish it, and it wouldn't be possible without the work of the entire team, because each one of you will have to take this further in your own area, and social inclusion, knowledge. Angel and Tony for water, infrastructure. Who else? Am I forgetting anybody? Emilio, who also had to leave. I think. Okay, is he there in the picture? So have we taken the picture now? With space for Sergio? Okay. Maybe Andres can take a selfie. Okay, thank you, everybody. I think that the day has been very long. We have to go for lunch. Anybody wants to say anything else? So, okay, a warm round of applause for each one of us. It's the end of the 4 days, and we're here all together. And so with these words of Christian Sinelli, we are finalizing 4 intense days developed in this event of meeting 117 of the Board of Directors of CAF, and the 44th meeting of shareholders of CAF, and the incorporation of Chile as a full member of CAF. Thank you very much for accompanying us. Have a good afternoon, and everybody who has to go back and travel back home far away, good journey, and get back home safely.
Tinsky, vamos, Robertinsky, vamos. Daniela. Daniela.